Okay, members of council, call this meeting to order. We will now do quick releases. Councillor Carroll.
Madam Speaker, I cannot recall the page, but the motion that I held regarding council, I'm sure someone who has an interest in it will shout it out. The motion. Yes. I have been gently pressured to release MM 38.7. which is helping seniors, parents, and people with disabilities access city services. Amendment to council constituent. I'm happy to transfer the whole to Councillor Robinson.
So the people will now go gently pressure Jay instead.
Now she will be gently pressured.
Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 6, item CC 38.8, 254 to 260. That's the wrong one. Page 6, item CC 38.12, 400 Front Street. Request for directions. The staff report has now been distributed, and I'm happy to release it.
Okay, this is on page 6, CC 3812, 400 Front Street. Councillor Cressy is releasing. All in favor? Carried.
And I have a second. On page 5, item TE 30.50, King Street outdoor cafes and public installations. There's a technical amendment from legal concerning their delegated authority, and I'm happy with that technical amendment to move it and release it.
Okay, this is on page 5, T3050, King Street Transit pilot. Okay. Okay, so
I'll continue to hold it, and I'd ask for that to be advance circulated, as I understand Councillor Holiday would like to see it. You bet.
Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. On
It's
the top
being
of
held.
page 6, CC 38.
I'm sorry, didn't hear you, Councillor Perks.
On the top of page 6, CC 38.4, the annual report of the Office of the Lobbyist Registrar for the year 2017.
You're
I'd be
going
happy
to
to
release?
release that, yes.
On page 6, CC 38.4, Councillor Perks is releasing. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Wong Tam. Councillor Pasternak. And Councillor McMahon, when you're seated.
The item is adopted unanimously, 35 in favor.
Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, Madam Speaker, on page 7, MM 38.5, 7th Annual Children's Community Triathlon. I've had my questions answered from staff. I'm prepared to release it and have a recorded vote.
Page 7, MM 38.5. Councillor Fragadakis is releasing it. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, Councillor Fillion, please.
Oh. Counselor Perruzza, Counselor DeGiorgio, Counselor McMahon, Counselor Perks, Counselor Davis, Counselor Davis, your vote, please.
The item is adopted. The vote is 37 to 1.
Counselor Troisi?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have two releases. First one, item CC 38.8, Directions Report 254 to 266 King Street. It's in the supplementary report.
Okay, hold on. Counselor Troisi, do you have
Yeah, it's up on the screen.
it's on the screen? Okay, on page 6, CC 38.8, it's on the screen.
Okay.
On favor?
So no. I want to move the supplementary staff report regarding the designated heritage properties.
Yeah,
It's
it's on the screen.
confidential.
It's on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item as amended, on favor? Carried.
Please. MM 38.31.
What page?
There is no page. I'm pageless today, it seems.
Oh, the ones that,
Managing utility work in downtown neighborhoods,
yes, okay.
as it better clarifies the policy which was not intended to cause overnight noise in our downtown neighborhoods.
So you're
you.
releasing.
I'm releasing.
On favor? Carried. Recorded vote.
Counselor Mahavik, Counselor Crisanti, please.
Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor Matlow and Counselor Davis, please. Counselor Karygiannis. Counselor Matlow, your vote, please. Thank you.
The motion carries. The vote is 38 to 1.
Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
Thank you, Madam Chair. MM 38.2, the Toronto-Tianjin Friendship Cities motion. I have an amendment that I think people are okay with.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
38.2. Did you move? The Chair of Economic Development supports it. The seconder supports it.
On what, I'm sorry, on what page?
No, it's a member's motion, MM.
Oh. MM 38.2. Okay. Yes,
There's an amendment that's on the screen.
okay.
All it does is say, look at all the cities in the region before we decide which agreements we enter into. That's all. Set up, prioritize which cities we want to have relationships with. It's okay.
Okay, on the amendment, on favor? Carried. Item, who asked for a recorded vote? Oh, recorded vote. On the amendment.
Counselor Perruzza, Counselor Wong Tam.
Counselor Crisanti, please.
Counselor Perruzza, your vote, please. Thank you.
The amendment carries. The vote is 36 to 3.
Item as amended, all in favor? Carried. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have another one?
Sure. Let's try members' motion 38.17, request for a report on the strategy to repurpose city computers and IT equipment. I actually thought there had been other report written about this.
There has been.
To the extent that this is not, that we can't give away computers, it's because it's not the computers that are the issue, it's the licenses that are the issue that cost money to run the computers. But Councillor Mihevc wants to see a report, and if the staff, Deputy City Manager Livy would love to write one as he spoke about earlier on in this council meeting.
Get working, John, you got an hour.
So are you releasing it? Okay, on page 9, MM 38.17. On favor? On favor? Carried. Counselor Davis.
You have to release.
Counselor Davis.
Yes. Oh. I want the fees waived. I'd like to introduce a motion.
Well, I don't have it.
I think it's there.
No, we don't have it yet, Counselor Davis. Okay, Counselor Fletcher.
What?
Your
What?
name is there.
Pardon me?
Your name is
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I was just going to move a motion for the Scarborough Waterfront Trail, Speaker. To waive the fees for that trail, but instead, I will go to Toronto and East York.
Counselor Fletcher.
Yes,
What
Speaker.
item is this?
I'm just coming to that. Sorry, it's the trail.
Try to focus.
It's Scarborough, no. It's page 9. It's TE 30.7454 Commissioner Street.
We're on blue sheets.
Oh. Page 5 here. Thank you. I was on the wrong color.
Page 5.
My apologies, Speaker. I'm now settled down, ready to work. Page 5, Toronto and East York Community Council, TE 30.7545 Commissioner Street, City Initiating Zoning Bylaw. The staff have a couple of amendments, and with that, I am moving that.
Okay, the amendments are on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried.
And I'm waiting for 13 and 19 for the confidential to get circulated, and that's it.
You're waiting for the report?
I'm waiting for the confidential motions to be circulated and the reports for that.
Okay, we're just copying it.
Thank you.
All right. Counselor Grimes. I thought he was here a minute ago.
You should go back to the other items because we need time for a copy.
I was going to have him release these. No. Okay, so Counselor Grimes, you, two motions, members' motions that you introduced, MM 3832, 2183 Lake Shore, and then MM 3833, 74 Royal York Road. Would you like to move? So, 32 is Counselor DiCiano's, yes. What? Apparently, I'm going to hold it down. Okay, I won't do any more. Okay, Councilor DiCiano. MM 3832, your motion for Lakeshore. Would you like to release it?
Yes, I'd like to vote on it, please.
Okay, it was just circulated. All in favor? Carried. Councilor Grimes, MM 3833, 74 Royal York. Where did he go? Okay, if you don't want to release it, Councilor Grimes, I'm just trying to move the agenda along. All right, go on.
Yes, I'd like to move that, Madam Speaker.
On favor? Carried. Okay. Okay, do we want to go to this, back to the speakers on the other item? She's not at her desk. Councillor Fletcher? Oh, God. Councillor Fletcher? No, let's go back to the other item. Councillor Holliday, you're up to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To refresh members' memories, we were talking about the townhouse and low-rise multi-unit housing. And I wanted to rise in support of the committee's recommendation, and I want to explain my rationale and hope that it will inspire members of council. Members, one of the things that's important about this document is that it is council policy, and I think we should be very comfortable about putting our names behind that, and the vote on these two sentences is very symbolic, if anything. I want to look at the first sentence that has been added in Councillor Shiner's motion and was originally part of the report that was removed by the committee. And it reads, in totality, as such, it is important to ensure that new developments will enhance and fit within the local area context, comma, and then the part in question was, while balancing the need to accommodate housing in a growing city. I don't know about you, but I've been through enough developments to be very, very clear about what the public's expectation is of me, and that is to look at the interests of the neighborhood around it. And the way that I read that sentence is balancing the local needs. So that's the local needs for traffic systems that work against growing the city. Maybe balancing the local need for not overstressing the sewer shed with a new development against the need to grow. So what I'm saying is, I think it is very important about how you vote on this particular sentence in the eyes of your community about who it is that you're serving as it goes through the council process. I also want to look at the second sentence. It talks about, in some cases, not all guidelines can be met in full. However, a development may be acceptable when it respects the official plan. I'm not really sure I understand why we would want to add that. We just went through an exercise of creating a number of guidelines. I know in my mind the expectation at the outset of this process is for any development to meet all of the guidelines. not some, I don't know why we would say at the start of the process that, well, you know, here's the set of guidelines, but just kidding, just come back and meet some of them. My expectation is quite clear, and I'd like to be on record with that, is that when things are created and people bring applications to us, they are looking at the guidelines in totality, and they're looking to meet all of them. So in summary, just to reiterate, it may not be part of the official plan, but it is council's policy and it is council's document. It's not the staff's document. It's not the industry's document. It is the document of this council. And I think we should be very, very firm and clear with what we believe on this. And I think that the vote on these two sentences are very important and very defining about how we approach development in our communities. Thank you. I did rise in support of the committee's recommendations.
Okay, but
He did, yeah.
not in support. I'm just not sure.
Yeah, sorry, it's a very good point.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday. Councillor Matlow?
Hi, Madam Speaker. I have a motion, an amendment, that City Council requests the Chief Planner and Executive Director of City Planning to report to the Planning and Growth Management Committee in the second quarter of 2018 on, in some cases, exempting low-rise apartment buildings from parking requirements and other potential incentives to promote purpose-built rentals in neighborhoods designated areas. So to begin with, I support the committee's recommendations. I'm also mindful, though, that, and this is aside from townhouses, but when there are low-rise, the sort of multiplex low-rise buildings built, it is often far more feasible and realistic for developers to build condos. They often feel like it's a better bet, and parking is often a great impediment and a financial impediment to be able to build purpose-built rental in these low-rise buildings. I have a concern, I must say, about even pursuing this objective, which is, and this is one of those kind of rare moments where I'm asking a report not to lead to the destination, but to actually gain information. This is my concern. I would never want a scenario where, let's say there's a purpose-built rental built with no parking provisions, and then people start parking in the neighborhood, and then there's a competition for already a dearth of permit parking spots on a street adjacent to the building. But I want to explore whether or not in some cases where that isn't a concern, whether excluding the need for them to include parking, where there is, let's say, a direct access to transit, where there wouldn't be a real need for that kind of parking, to allow for that to be a tool in our toolbox to incent more purpose-built rental in the neighborhoods throughout our city. I would add that there might be other ideas. I spoke with planning staff. Maybe we should look at DCs. Maybe we should look at other ways to incent more purpose-built rental. What we do know for sure, and I said this yesterday on another item with regard to rental housing, we are at, within the last 15, 16 years, we are at a boiling point when it comes to affordability in our city for renters. Over the past 15, 16 years, we have seen now a all-time vacancy rate low, and an all-time high over the past 15, 16 years when it comes to the price of renting. This city is unaffordable for so many people. So I want to look at how do we better incent developers to build more purpose-built rental to expand the capacity that we have, the availability of units throughout our city. So anyway, I hope that you support this amendment. And again, I genuinely am not trying to lead this one way or another because I don't really know what the best advice will be, but I think it's worth exploring, and I hope that you support the report request. Thank you.
Councillor Fragedakis, do you have a question on Councillor Matlow's motion?
I do. If it could go on the screen, I just have a question about his intention, your intention, Councillor Matlow. So if I read yours correctly, so do you think that the reason that we're not having too many people build purpose-built rentals is because of the parking requirements, and your motion is trying to fix that?
What I understand from some people in the development industry is that it can cost several thousands of dollars, sometimes $20,000, $30,000 or more to build a parking spot. And sometimes it is absolutely necessary that we say, you know what, you've got to provide parking, that's the way it's going to be. But there may be cases, and that's why I deliberately said in some cases, where the context would fit where we could waive that to better incent them to invest in purpose-built rental. I don't know if that's the answer, and I've heard from staff that there may be some other ideas that they've got that could be more, maybe even better, or maybe coincide with this. Ideas to financially incent purpose-built rental. So what I'm asking for simply is, could staff come back and look at that idea, look at some other ideas, come back to us and say, here's a toolbox that we could consider, and then we can either accept them or not.
Okay, so this is really just a report request?
100%.
Okay.
Yeah.
Councillor DiCiano, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, no, I think I'm okay with it now. I'll support the motion.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. Are there any further speakers on this? No? Okay. Mayor Tory? I thought you wanted to speak. Oh, you don't? Okay. All right. So we have the motions then? Okay, motion number 1 by Councillor Shiner. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Davis.
Councillor Fletcher, when you're seated, please.
The amendment carries. The vote is 25 to 14.
Motion 2 by Councillor Perks. Yeah, do we want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Fletcher and Councillor Mihevc, please.
The amendment carries. The vote is 23 to 16.
Motion 3 by Councillor Matlow. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong-Tam, Councillor Perruzza.
Councillor Crisanti and Councillor Mihevc, please. Councillor Crisanti, please. Councillor Crisanti, may we have your vote, please?
The amendment carries. The vote is 33 to 6.
Okay, item is amended. All in favor? Recorded vote. No, there's no item as amended. All right, so what if... Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong?
Is the confidential report ready for 38.35?
It hasn't been circulated yet.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry. Okay, Councillor DeGiorgio. Will your item be quick? Since it's been here for 2 years?
Francis just won council.
Okay, we're on page 3, EY 2373.
We're not on page 3. I have one motion that is...
Okay, hold on. We're on
notice
EY...
without motion.
Hold on. EY 2373, EY 2540, and then we're on page 5, which is EY 28.3.
Right.
We're dealing with all three items at the same time.
Right, and
okay?
then my motion is to defer that item for an additional month. I'm holding a community meeting, and you'll see that I have a motion without notice that I need to be approved, so that I can go and hold my community meeting and make sure everybody understands what's been going on. Now, I'm talking about the community, and you're welcome to attend, by the way.
Oh, so let me understand this, Councillor DeGiorgio. You are deferring these three items.
That's right.
All three of them.
That's right. Well, I cannot make a motion to approve because my community will probably be appealing to the Ontario Municipal Board.
Okay.
I can't approve because the people in my community that are going to be appealing are outside the country right now. Well, no, the only people that have a right to appeal are the people that make deputations to community council. You might know that. If you have not made deputations or made written submissions, you don't have an opportunity to appeal. That's one of the reasons why we got into this mess in the first place. My motion is very simple. I asked that a motion without notice be introduced, and I still have not seen it being introduced or circulated.
Okay, Councillor DeGiorgio, you want to defer item EY 28.3.
Madam Speaker, I'm asking you to change the order.
Okay, but please let me finish. If we move your motion to defer, will you, on page 3, EY 2373 and EY 25.40, remove that from the agenda? Receive it.
No, because there's inaccuracies in the report. If I receive it, it means that
you're not willing to receive those two items?
No, absolutely not. I'm deferring it so that I can make motions to those effects when I come back next month.
But you're only deferring EY 28.3.
I'm deferring all three because there are inaccuracies in the reports that I've requested.
But that's not what your motion says.
I'm deferring so that I can make a motion to address the inaccuracies.
Frank, stand it down until we talk to legal firm.
You know what, Madam Speaker, why don't we stand this down until I speak to legal? I thought we had arranged that my motion was in order through the legal department, and so was my deferral motions.
Wow, okay,
And if that's not the case, then I will ask for on a special privilege.
Stand it down, You got it stood down.
Yeah, okay.
Standing it down, Speaker, standing it down.
Why don't we add that?
Okay. Okay, this is, Councilor DeGiorgio, it's amazing how you confuse us. So, it's my understanding that you have a motion that you want to introduce, that you haven't introduced yet. So, let's introduce
Been in the
them.
hands of staff since noon.
Okay, stop yelling.
Okay.
Okay. Here is your motion that you want to introduce. Let's introduce that.
She has to clear it.
Okay.
Frank.
Yeah, that...
She has a name. Turn.
Okay, Councilor DeGiorgio, you want to introduce this motion, so let's introduce it. We'll circulate the motion, and then we'll deal with your motions, okay? Is that okay?
Yes.
All right. All in favor? Carried. Okay. We'll hold everything down until that motion is circulated. Okay. Counselor Fillion. Counselor Fillion, page 3P 25.1, Parks and Environment Tree Protection through the Committee of Adjustment. Are you willing to deal with that one now?
Just yet, I have to do something else first.
Well, we're at the item now.
I have a motion I have to give to staff. Sorry, it's a different motion than what I gave them. So,
Counselor Fletcher, page 5.
Are you organized?
T 30.13, 462 Eastern Avenue.
It's been circulated. I'd move both of those, number 7 and number 13, Speaker.
Okay, so Counselor Fletcher is releasing T 30.7 and T 30.13. We'll vote on it separately. On 30.7, recorded vote.
No, we didn't. No, 13 and 19, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My apologies.
13 and 19.
Yeah.
So on 3013, recorded vote. Yes, on the amendment. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Counselor Mahavik and Counselor Fillion, please.
Councillor Davis and Councillor Matlow.
The amendment carries unanimously, 40 in favor.
Item is amended. On favor? Carried. On T 30.19. Alterations to a heritage property. The amendment is on the screen. On favor? Carried. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Okay, our next item is T 30.50, King Street Transit Pilot. So who held that item down? I know Councillor Cressy wanted to release it and somebody else held it. Who held it? Councillor Cressy?
Yeah, no, I did advance circulation. Councillor Holliday is satisfied. He had a question. It was a technical amendment from legal, and I'm happy to move the technical amendment and release it. Thank you.
Yes, if we have questions. Do you have questions? Okay, Councillor Robinson, questions.
So I see that Councillor Cressy's circulated or pre-circulated a recommendation to be deleted, and then instead adopting a couple of three new recommendations. What are the implications of this? Well, I want to understand it. I have the...
How are you? Good.
Yeah, I'll put your time on hold.
Thank you.
The staff ready to answer the question? Okay.
Counselor, could you repeat the question? We were just getting settled.
Okay, yeah, happily. Councillor Cressy has pre-circulated to Council a number of recommendations. I'd say there are 3 of them. And so he's recommended deleting recommendation 3 and then inserting 3 new ones. Can you explain to me the implications of these modifications?
Of course, Councillor. Through the Speaker, these are technical amendments that legal has advised are required to ensure that the necessary delegated authority is in place for the approval that the Community Council had given for this motion.
Okay, and how does this help we've heard a lot from the businesses on King Street. How does this help them?
Through the Speaker, the businesses asked for an opportunity to engage with the pilot through the use of curbside cafes as well as public installations, and this report as well as this motion provides us with the opportunity to ensure that those cafes can be in place. 13 businesses have expressed interest in those cafes, and so we're responding to the requests of those businesses.
Can you describe the physical layout, how this would actually appear or be animated on King Street when it's actually implemented?
Through the Speaker, Fiona Chapman will be able to respond more fully to this, but there are a number of different cafes or public installations, some of which would be cafes for the purpose of business use, others would be public installations for the use by anyone, and Fiona can respond further.
I apologize, through you, Madam Chair, I wonder if, I apologize through you, Madam Chair, I wonder if the question could be repeated.
Yeah, I just want to get an understanding of the physical layout of, in the end, if this is implemented fully, what it would be look like, how it would be animated.
Okay. We have 19 spaces, and there will be a variety of installations. So we have 13 of the restaurants which have expressed an interest in putting in outdoor cafes. We also have 2 businesses which have decided that they'd like to put in just public space installations and maintain them themselves. On top of that, we then have the winners of the public contest called Everyone is King, and that will be a variety of public pop-up installations. So we have 2 destination parklets, and then a variety of either art installations, murals, seating areas that will be rolled out over the coming months. So our goal in total is to have that section of King Street, particularly in these 19 spaces, be quite vibrant and be a destination for people to look to in the city.
And so the configuration of this would be, what I'm asking really for placement.
Okay. Well, through you, Madam Chair, we do actually, we're working right now with the varying projects to determine exactly where everything will go. And so some of the spaces are quite long and will be divided up into a mixture of public spaces and then the private uses for the cafes. They will not extend past the curb lane, and specifically for the outdoor cafes, they will have much the same guidance as we had brought forward when we were considering the outdoor cafe report.
So they won't extend past the curb lane.
That's right.
They're contained within the curb lane.
That's correct.
But my understanding is when you're loading streetcars, that takes up a bit of space. So how do you facilitate that?
Well, the loading of streetcars is all done through the actual TTC stops. So these are the existing public spaces that are currently defined by planters.
Okay, thank you very much. That's helpful.
Thank you.
It's already defined.
Yeah, thanks.
So are there any further questions? Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak on it? No? Okay, so we have the amendment here by Councillor Cressy. Is everyone okay with the amendment?
So excited.
Okay.
Behind my head.
All in favor of the amendment? All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Did I leave all my papers there?
Where's Doris?
Councillor Fillion, do you have your motion yet for the tree protection?
Seen it back to sign.
Well, we might have to just defer it. Okay. Do we have the in-camera, the item yet? No? Okay. Okay. It's okay, count, 1, 2, 3. Page 6. Councillor Grimes, are you ready for CC 3811, Mimico Judson Secondary Plan?
I'm not. I'm waiting for a report. We're working on a settlement here now, and it's going right to the wire, so no, I'm not.
Okay, I'm just trying to get some of the items dealt with because we're going in camera. Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong, did you have?
Yeah. I just have one question on 38.9. It's a simple.
Okay, well, we're
easy
not
question.
there yet.
Okay,
Okay, we're at MM 38.7. Counselor Robinson.
Yeah, what is that item?
Pardon? That's the
Oh, enough said.
helping.
I don't have questions on it, but I'd like to speak on it. Okay, so start with the
Deputy
question.
Mayor Minnan-Wong, you have questions. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so this item increasing the constituency services and office budget?
Over there.
So the office budget was not adjusted, given that amendment at Budget Committee?
Oh, so what you're saying is this was attempted at Budget Committee, it was moved at Budget Committee, and it failed at Budget Committee.
Sorry, to be clear, through the Speaker, at Budget Committee, this motion was moved, which removed the ability for councillors to have the constituency office paid for out of the general budget for private space.
Yeah.
That was confirmed by council.
Yes.
So this motion here is to reinstate the ability for councillors to pay for a constituency office on private space through the general budget.
I see. But we just did this in the last budget cycle, yes?
That's correct, last month.
So
They're
is
putting it back in for what we took out.
So we reopened this at 2 o'clock. And what's the cost associated with this?
So there's no budget impact for 2018 as a result of reinstating this policy.
But it's for 19, yes?
For 19, there will be a budget impact, yes.
What was the projected budget impact in 18?
So for 2017, the actuals were in the range of $160,000
Right.
related to the leases on private office space.
Okay. So essentially, we said no to this before, they're trying, Councillor Pasternak is trying it again.
The motion reinstates the policy that allows that cost to be covered by the general budget.
Thank you.
Okay. Counselor Davis, questions?
I just wondered, this would be considered in the 2019 budget process? Is that the intent? I guess you don't know the intent.
So if this were to be reinstated, it would be included as a pressure in the 2019 budget.
Oh, so one of those long lists of not funded in the budget?
Well, it was funded in the budget for 2018.
No, I'm talking about 2019.
We have not prepared the 2019 budget yet, so I can't really speak to that.
Okay. It's really a question of finance, I guess.
Counselor Campbell?
Well, I need some clarity because I recall a year ago during the budget debate that we had a balanced budget and then Councillor Palacio put in some street sweepers and we had a scramble to balance the budget. So my question is, we balanced the budget for 2019. This is like putting the street sweepers back. So I don't know who's here, if there's anybody going to answer this, maybe Mr. St. Amand can. We're talking about the 2019 budget. That's what this is about, 2019.
Yes, and
No.
through the chair,
This is about, sorry, this is about 2018. This is
No.
2018.
The 2018 budget is funded. This would not be in the preliminary budget for 2019, which is not before you and will not be before you as a council. However, if this is reinstated, I would expect that leases may well be signed before the budget is passed.
So we passed a budget for 2018 a couple months ago. This is for 2018. This is a cost implication for 2018.
No, it is not, because these leases were already signed.
No.
And were funded in the 2018 budget.
So the existing leases expire at the end of this year. So this is oh, that's right. Okay, so 2019. All right, okay. But the motion, so what is the effect of this motion?
The motion, if it's passed, may well allow leases to be signed, which will be part of the 2019 budget.
2019 budget. Aha, okay. So the leases are in place now till the end of the year. Yes, I recall that. The leases are in place to the end of the year, to the end of the term, because we couldn't get out of them. The effect of this, if this is overturned, then in the next budget cycle, we would then, when would the decision be taken as to whether or not 2019 leases could be entered into, if there's no budget line item for it?
If this policy were to pass, my expectation is after the election, leases would be signed.
Except that there's no budget provision for it.
It will be part of the 2019 budget, and we will be in the same position we were in the 2018 budget.
That sounds like a comment from a counselor that probably has an outside office.
You think?
That's all my questions, Mr.
Counselor Mihevik?
Yes, thank you. So if I understand this right, then, we're good till the end of, people who do have outside community offices are good till the end of 2018, but there will be a level of uncertainty. Gentlemen, David, there'll be a level of uncertainty for new councillors at the beginning of the term because they won't know whether they can or should be able to have a community office.
So if this policy is reinstated,
then we're cool.
So, sorry, to be clear, the leases are until the end of the term,
Yep.
so that is until November 30th of this year. If this policy is reinstated, then we would be willing to sign new leases based on the policy, and it would be a budget pressure for 2019.
And if this doesn't go forward, then councillors who get elected and who want to enter into leases will have to do it, and they won't know whether it comes out of their office budget or whether the general council budget.
This policy specifically directs that that is an eligible cost to be covered by the general budget. It would be up to council to ensure that there's enough money in the general budget to cover policy decisions like this one.
Right. And is it not the case that the councillors who, if you mapped out the councillors that have community offices, it would be fair to say that virtually all of them, their constituency office is far from one of the civic centers? Would that be fair to say?
I'm sorry, Councillor, I don't have a map in front of me right now.
Do you have an impression, or?
So the policy
Not to lead
states
the
that
witness.
any councillors that have a civic center in their ward should locate their constituency office in that civic center.
Is there any councillor that has an office in a civic center also having a community office? No.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, before we continue, it looks like we have a lot of questioners now. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to move that we extend the meeting to complete our business this evening.
Okay, recorded. Well, we have to go in camera. And really, there's only 2 or 3 items left.
Councillor Mihevik, Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Cole.
Councillor Wong Tam.
Councillor Grimes, please.
Councillor Shiner. Councillor McMahon.
The motion to extend the meeting to complete the agenda Carries. The vote is 31-7.
Counselor Burnside.
Thank you. Through you to staff, what's the monthly budget per counselor for office space?
Through the speaker, the maximum allowable rent is just under $20,000 for the year for a space in a private building.
So about 1,650. Is that about right?
Your math may be better than mine.
Is that about right?
Fly.
Okay, thank you. What's yeah? One last question. So, if you have 47 councillors, and I understand that the ones who have City Hall and whatnot in their wards wouldn't be eligible, so I guess that's -4 or 5. What would the total budget? What would the total cost of the city be if every other councillor were to rent an office at the 20,000?
That'd be 840,000.
42.
840,000.
840,000. Thank you.
Counselor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just my question is around, I know there's some conversations around what would happen in between November and February or March during the budget time. What happened in 2016 when this was allowed to happen, and 2017 came about and the budget did not get approved till February or March?
It's an interim budget. It's an interim budget. We just
So this is a policy that allows certain expenses to be charged to the general budget. There is an allocation in the general budget to cover such expenses, but since it's a policy that's adopted by council, we would act on the policy and we would allow councillors who met the criteria to sign leases in this space.
So if this directive, basically it was not a budget implication in terms of dollars, it was a directive to consider for 2019, wasn't in the document when we looked at the budget, what would have happened?
I don't understand your question.
So if this came about because there was a segment, there was a phrase in the budget that was directing for next year to consider not having councillors' office in private space, right?
You lost the vote. You lost the vote.
No, it was in the budget.
Yeah.
There was an operating budget briefing note that showed that this would have a 2019 impact. So there was no 2018 impact to this budget, but because of the way leases are signed, it would have an impact next year.
The next two budgets.
The interim
Thank you.
budget. The
Thank you.
interim budget.
Thank you. Counselor Pasternak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to staff. Councillors who have their offices at civic centers or other city-owned property, do they get that space for free?
For Civic Center space, there is a chargeback for rents in addition to the standard allotment. So each councillor is allotted one office in City Hall, for example. So any space over that usual allotment, there is a charge associated with that. It's an interdepartmental charge from facilities.
Right. So, this argument that if we go into civic centers or other city-owned or agency-owned buildings, will be a freebie. That's just not true. There's an interdepartmental transfer, and councillors will be accountable for that expense.
So there is a charge, definitely, but the cost associated with it is significantly less than the rents that we can get in privately owned space.
Now, I know as Chair of Community Development and Recreation, there's an enormous premium on recreational space, offices for for city staff and program directors and so forth, as well as a premium in our libraries and other agency-owned buildings. Have staff done a opportunity loss cost on displacing important programming and staff from those spaces as councillors reposition from private space into our community assets?
I'm not aware of any such analysis. There aren't currently any councillors renting space in those types of centres. There's one councillor that has an office space in a Toronto Parking Authority building, but other than that, it is in the civic centres specifically.
No, yeah, I've seen Gord Perks' office on Cowan, is that right? Queen and Cowan, in a library.
Yes, that's correct.
Has anyone spoken to the various divisions on what space they're prepared to give up and what programming they're prepared to counsel so that councillors can move from their private space into civic space?
I'm not aware of any of those conversations having been had.
Now, we fund councillor services out of a reserve, or we have a reserve in councillor services. Councillors are assigned $32,000 a year, and then, of course, almost everybody comes under budget, so that goes back into...
Okay, but why don't we just talk about what's before us here? We're not here to talk about our budgets. We're here to talk about the constituency office. We're going to be here all night if you could go into budget.
Madam Speaker, I was prepared to have this as a quick release. I'm
Well,
sorry
yes.
that people who are
Well,
against
how could it be a
community
quick release?
offices are
Because we're
trying
not
to
going to
fight
be
it.
going through the budget.
I had no
budget.
desire for a debate on this, Madam
Yeah.
Speaker. People want to close these offices for some reason, and it won't save any money. Are there any real savings here? I mean, we have a reserve fund. We give every councillor 30...
Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Okay. We have to go in camera yet, members. Councillor Karygiannis.
Madam Speaker, I only have one question of staff. What is the cost? What is the
Okay.
actual cost for outside councillors?
Okay, please.
Gavel.
Councillor Burnside, please.
What is the actual cost that the city clerk's office right now pays for those offices?
In 2017, the offices in privately owned space was $159,000.
So we're only talking $159,000. Wow. Thank you.
Pardon? Okay, good. Councillor DeGiorgio, that could be a playground.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
Two very quick questions.
Councillor DeGiorgio.
Two quick questions. First of all, I'm one of the councillors that does have a constituency office, and I am not near a civic center, although I am near the York Civic Center, but it's occupied by the courts, and there's no space there whatsoever to accommodate a constituency office. And so I have a constituency office in an industrial area.
So
across
what
the
is your
street from
question?
across the street from the Ingram transfer station.
Yes, we know where your constituency office is.
I'm glad we know.
What is your question?
My point is,
I don't know where it is, I want to visit.
According to the new policy, will I be charged the incremental cost of now having a constituency office in an industrial area versus having a constituency office in some public building, and it's not available in my area?
So if this policy changed to remove this as an eligible expense under the general account, if that stays, as was adopted at the budget, councillors can continue to lease space in a privately owned building, but it would have to be paid out of their office budget.
Right, but in the alternative, following up on Councillor Pasternak's, if I have, let's say, a city-owned building that offers services, and it's close by, can I elect to displace one of the services being provided so I can relocate my constituency office in that building?
Kick out the courts, he means.
Any negotiation about the use of city space is done in consultation with facilities, so that would have to be a conversation.
So I should be speaking to facilities?
It would be done through the clerk's office. We work with the
So in
facilities
preparation
management
for the
division.
next term of, I should be starting my conversation with facilities now with a view to displacing somebody out of the public building. Is that correct?
So at the end of every term, if we would,
No, I know you're not the enemy, Chris. I'm just trying to make a point, that's all.
But it sounds like she's the enemy. No, it's
You're all enemies here.
Okay, you know what, I think that...
I apologize.
Okay, I think this is going a little too, in different directions, so I'm just going to hold this item down. No, because we're being really silly now. We're being very silly, and so, Councilor, Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong,
Yes.
you have a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to go into camera to deal with MM 38.35. That is appointment of Chief Building Official and Executive Director, Toronto Buildings. It was held by Councillor Shiner. And I'm going into camera because of personal matters pertaining to the appointment of a Chief Building Official and Executive Director. Excuse me.
Okay, all in favor? Okay. We'll wait till the council chambers gets vacated. Okay, John, are we in public? Okay, members, this meeting is now resumed. City Council has completed its closed session consideration of item MM 38.35 on the appointment of the chief building official. No motions were made during closed session. We will not proceed to the public debate on this item. Councilor Al-Jamari.
Is it appropriate for me at this time to move the motion?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to move the motion and confirm what the motion that...
You would like to just move the members?
Yes, the staff recommendation. Thank you.
Recommendation. On favor? Recorded.
The item is adopted. The vote is 34 to 1.
So what do you ask? You want to reopen it? Motion to reopen? Who, anybody? Okay, Councilor De Bearmaker is moving to reopen. On favor? Carried. Okay, let's vote again.
Counselor Holland, please.
Counselor Matlow, Counselor Davis, Counselor Thompson,
Counselor Mihevik, please.
That should be it. The item is adopted unanimously, 35 in favor.
The list on the screen. Councilor Shiner.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
You have a question?
No.
Yes. Okay, hold on. Councilor Fletcher has a point of personal privilege.
I have a point of privilege, and the speaker suggested that we were in camera and I should be off my phone, and we had a little exchange because we were actually in public at that time, so I apologize. You said you were making a joke, and I accept it as a joke, Speaker.
Councilor Shiner, question. Thank you. Councilor Shiner?
I know, I'd like staff's attention so I can ask the question.
Okay, can we have staff's attention? Councilor Burnside?
It's Councilor Charming, it's okay.
Oh, dear. Okay, Councilor Shiner, you have the floor.
So to you, which will end up with the staff, what's in front of us is a request to reopen the item on the budgets. If we reopen it and approved it, it means that councilors next term could rent an office as of January prior to the budget approval, and that would come out of the general budget. Is that correct?
It would be as of the start of the term, which is December 1st, but yes, that's correct.
Sorry, December 1st. And if council made a decision not to fund them later on, would that cause us a problem out of the general budget?
So it would cause a bit of a problem in that most leases have a 3-month period where you have to give notice in order to get out of the lease. So depending on the different lease agreements with those different properties, some of them may be harder to get out of than others.
So let me go the reverse now. If we don't reopen it now, and during the debate or the budget consideration, council decides to permit it from the council general budget, and a member of council has signed a lease, then they won't have to pay for it from their office budget. It will come from the general budget. Is that correct?
So at the beginning of the term, we would approach all of the members of council to see if they wanted to secure a constituency office and in a public space, and if this policy, if we weren't allowed to take that from the general budget, they would have to agree to pay for it from the office budget, and then if council reinstated the ability to pay for it from the general budget, then we could move that cost back to the general budget.
So then, if we want the next council to make the decision as to whether next term offices can be rented out of the general budget, we should stay with what we have and let the new council make the decisions, which it can do when it deals with the budget, whether they want it out of the constituency budget or the general budget.
So if the budget stands as it was adopted last month, and these expenses are no longer allowed under the general budget, we would have to move any councillors who are re-elected out of their constituency offices in private space if they cannot afford to pay for it out of their office budget. And then if council wanted to reinstate that as an eligible expense under the general expense budget, then we'd have to find them space and renegotiate leases and all of the associated costs of finding them and setting up a new constituency office.
Or, if I had that space, could I not ask my landlord for an extension of my lease until council makes the decision and see if I could negotiate that because I'm already there? Would that not be an option that I could consider?
Yes, that would be an option to explore.
Right. So if the landlord was so willing to allow me to stay until council determined, then I could make that determination at that time whether I had sufficient room in my own budget or I didn't if I couldn't get it from the councilor's budget. But I wouldn't necessarily be evicted. I would have that choice.
Right, if the landlord was amenable to that agreement, yes.
Thank you.
If my father was a king, I would have been born a prince.
Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To staff, pre-amalgamation, where were offices of councillors housed? Pre-amalgamation.
I don't have that information with me, sorry.
So I guess I'll ask, were they positioned in the civic centers, the former 6 cities? I'm seeing from a former mayor.
Yes.
That was the case.
Yes, we're just not sure about how much extra space there was allocated.
Okay, so it's my understanding that pre-amalgamation councillors' offices were in the civic centers. Currently, so we just weeks ago, we voted to not support this going forward. Is that correct?
That is correct. During the budget, this was removed as an eligible expense from the general expense budget.
So that was just literally weeks ago. This council, this body, that we're all together in this room, this body determined that that was going to be the way forward. We weren't going to support this expense.
Correct, that was last month.
Last month, thank you. Are councillors allowed to be in commercial locations? Like, would you see councillors' offices with Winners and Shoppers Drug Mart and, I mean, would that be, is there a case of that where you're seeing a councillor's name being promoted with big box and other retail outlets?
There's no situation like that currently, and there's nothing the policy doesn't really speak to that particular situation.
The commercial locations in strip malls. So I'm aware of a counselor who's in a strip mall, and his name is on LED sign with Winners and Shoppers Drug Mart. Is that permitted? The big box retail on major arterial roads?
There's no prohibition of spaces of those kinds.
There's no prohibitions, meaning you're able to get that type of exposure as a city councillor in those major strip malls and retail outlets.
That's correct.
How does that impact? I guess you don't represent election staff, but I just wonder about incumbents and their ability to, our ability as a council to level the playing field when we get to election time, with that type of exposure being permitted by city council and the civil service.
So the constituency offices can't be used for any elections purposes, but there is no removing of signage in constituency offices during an election period.
So the signage has to be removed during the election period?
No, sorry, the signage is not removed during an election period on constituency offices.
It's not removed?
No.
And so it remains throughout the election period, LED backlit signs with councillors' names on it. That's there through the whole election period.
Any of the signage on a constituency office remains as is until the end of the term of office of that council.
Okay, I think we're going a little beyond.
Thank you. No, I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Robinson, you're up to speak. You held it.
I think I've covered it off with my questions. Just weeks ago, this body decided that we weren't going to approve this expense for a whole series of reasons. I have concerns with, especially in an election year, we should be looking at ways of leveling the playing field and making sure that incumbents, as well as potential, pardon?
Councillor Karygiannis, stop interrupting. Sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. So I think we should always be looking at, as a council, and being responsible, ways of leveling the playing field. And what I just heard from staff was not in any way, shape, or form leveling the playing field. And we have to make sure that all candidates have a chance. And what my concerns are, and during the election period, these signs remain on major arterial roads, backlit with major retail outlets, so very well profiled. Also, I just think it's not something that we should be supporting. We have amazing civic centers across our city where people can it's one-stop shopping. They can come and meet their councillor and also meet with city staff on various issues or obtain various permits, etc. So I think that's why we have civic centers. I think that's a great function for the civic centers, and I fully support councillors who use that as their space to meet with constituents. I have to say also the way this was framed up, and I don't have it right in front of me right now, but the title of this is, I think, very misleading, and it's disrespectful to councillors who don't have spaces like that, where you, what was the title? There it is, helping seniors, parents, and people with disabilities access city services. I don't think that's truly reflective of this issue that we're debating right now, so I think that's misleading, unfair, and disrespectful to city councillors who all work very hard, potentially out of City Hall, where they meet and greet their residents.
Thank you. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As you know, there are only few councillors proportionately that have this. My ward, some residents of my ward will have to take a bus for 40 minutes to get to Scarborough Civic Centre. And some folks may not realize how far that is on a bus ride. That is after you get on the bus, but how long do you wait for the bus? And since being established an office in Malvern, which in fact, rental-wise, compared to many other areas, is much cheaper. And instead of taking up a space in a central Scarborough, this is actually more affordable real estate in some ways. But more residents have been able to come in, walk into the office to get support. Every day there is, dozens of people coming in to find support and so on. I think we have to find ways. Every councillor does not have the equal type of access to different things, and we are not created equally because each area has different levels of resources, different rental agreements, different forms of real estate and so on. So we cannot compare all of us together in the same set of rules. And in fact, many councillors, it may be better to be in Civic Centre than be in an office. If I was a Scarborough Centre councillor, or if I was a councillor close to one of those things, I would prefer to be in Scarborough Centre, not in Malvern, like the way it is. So it is very important to keep equity into this conversation, not to be thinking around every councillor should have the same thing. Some of our councillors here have different sizes of office. Some of them have more access to their constituents being able to come here directly because the subway accessibility is there. You can get from Kipling to here faster, from Kipling Station, than for somebody from my ward to get to Scarborough Civic Centre. That's the reality. So it's important to keep equity in mind. It is something that we should consider. We've had it before. It's actually a form of engaging our community, and I hope councillors would take that into consideration. I don't think all 44 or 47 councillors are going to ask for it because they're not going to be in the same need as some of us are in with respect to access, transit, and other options for our residents. So I would urge councillors to support this. In the context of the money we spend, this is a small amount of money, relatively speaking, to engage our community, be able to be accessible for the community, to be able to serve our communities better, and I hope this will be considered favorably. Thank you.
Okay. Let's try to move this along. Councillor Burnside?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion. I don't support this. Well, I can't do anything about it. What do you want me to do?
No, I'm just asking the speaker to come and see it.
Hold my time, please, so that... Can I speak?
Yes, of course.
Okay, thank you. Madam Speaker, I don't support the office budget for any office budget for a couple of reasons. One, we've heard that it's difficult to access our councillor, but whatever happened to the councillor going to the constituent? I thought we're public servants. So this idea that everyone should come to us, I find that foreign, but maybe that's just me. Anyway, I've also heard that, it's $170,000. Yeah, no big deal. In the big picture, well, of course it's not a big deal when you're talking, if you want to compare it to $12 billion. But go to any one of your constituents and tell them, hey, it's only $170,000. It's nothing. See what they say to you. But I think my biggest concern is that we come around at budget time and not all councillors, I know someone such as Councillor Perks, wants to raise taxes and pay for whatever programs he feels are necessary. But there are a lot of us in here who vote for a tax increase at or near inflation, who ask every department to find efficiencies. Sorry, did you want to speak, Councillor? Okay, then maybe don't, please. Thank you. We ask.
Okay, I don't know what's going on here today, but people, members of council are getting really, I don't know. I mean, we're acting like children now. We keep interrupting, we're laughing, we're talking on our phones. I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, I got lots.
Okay, Councilor
So thank you. So my point is, we ask our staff to find efficiencies, to come in. 2 years ago, it was with I think a 2.6% cut. This year, it's 0%. But somehow we feel that doesn't apply to us. Even if you want to say $170,000 is symbolic, so much of leadership is symbolic, and we need to set an example. I thought we did a month ago, but somehow we've had some sort of epiphany. In any event, my motion is really saying, okay, I have a feeling we're going to lose that vote, but let's cap it at $15,000 and bring it down from 20. At least that's showing a little bit of leadership. At least it's setting some sort of an example. If you want to go over 15,000, use your own office budget, and I'm encouraging people to vote for that.
Okay, can we put the motion on the screen, please? Councillor Karygiannis, 3 minutes clarification
Yes, Madam Chair.
of the
Just a
motion.
question. Can we have the motion back up again, please?
15,000.
We never had it up.
Yeah, it was up at the beginning.
Oh, I was in the washroom, sorry.
Can we have the motion up, please?
Yeah, she's
Thank
doing
you.
it.
Are you talking be capped at 15,000 per office or in total?
Per office, sorry.
Per office. So
Per year.
you would be amenable
Per year.
to where it says capped at 15,000 per office per year? You would
Correct,
be-
100%.
You would be okay if I was
Yes.
to make that amendment, that
Yes,
friendly
please.
amendment?
Yep.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Mihevik?
Question to Councillor Burnside. Do you think it is fair to cap it at $15,000 when the cost for an office in Rexdale may be maybe half of that in a midtown area or an area close to a subway line?
So then maybe, I don't know. I guess the question is, really what you're saying is, so maybe in Rexdale it should only be 10,000 and you should be 20. If you want to do that motion, I'm happy with that.
Okay, come on. Councillor Perruzza, just clarification?
Yeah, of course. So I know you've done the math on this, right? How many people are out there renting offices that exceed the $15,000, and what would the overall savings be? Because I'm assuming you're thinking it's a savings, right?
Well,
That there's a
actually,
savings.
when I did speak, and I try to be brief, I actually said that this is more about being symbolic. So whether it's, I think the average is about 18,000, and we're just looking at averages here. But for me, and actually my whole speech was kind of about, what we asked staff to do, 0%, minus 2%, 2.6%. So this is really about saying, hey, we're willing to tighten our belts a little bit. That's all.
So what you're suggesting here is, if the average is 18,000 and we're spending 160, so that assumes that there are 7 offices out there that are exceeding the 15,000. So if you shave the 3,000, 7 3s 21, so your actual savings, your perceived savings would be $21,000, more or less, right? That's what your motion would do?
Well, okay, so 18,000, and I said, it's actually 9, it's 9 offices,
9,
not
okay.
7.
All right.
So if we want to play the math game, I'm happy to do that.
Sure. Do that.
And so 9 would be $27,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
So $27,000. You also understand that not all the counselors, for example, spend their office budget, spend the $30,000 in their office budget, right? You understand that even if you played that game from the general budget, you could still get to a situation where you save zero. Just means that people will have to spend $2,000 or $3,000 more out of their own office budgets, which would get returned to the general city coffers at the end of the day. So even though you played that little game, you understand that you might not save a nickel, right? Technically.
Well, if that's the case, then I would expect you to support it if you have no worries.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pasternak?
Timing for hours like this, we don't want to have the long-term fiscal plan.
Okay, Councillor Pasternak, please, we want to go home tonight.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call the question.
Question's been called. Recorded vote.
Counselor Mihevik, please. Counselor Cole, please.
Counselor Davis, Counselor Perruzza,
Counselor Fletcher, please.
Counselor Wong Tam, Counselor Perruzza, please.
We're voting to call the question.
Oh. The motion to end debate does not carry. The vote is 25 to 13. The required two-thirds majority has not been accomplished.
Come on, Counselor Holliday, come on. Oh, wow. Nobody wants to go home. Counselor Karygiannis.
Madam Chair, let's try again. I want to call the question.
Counselor Karygiannis is calling the question. We can't call it twice. Counselor Davis.
What?
Okay. Okay, then Counselor Karygiannis. Oh, okay, you know, like I don't know what we're doing here. Counselor Karygiannis.
For those of us that have offices, remotely offices, where our constituents come, and they cannot come to town centers, I ask of you to respect our constituents and let us work with them. Simple as that. I would urge you to vote to support Councillor Burnside's motion. It's a fair one, and if we have to dip in our budgets, fine. But for our constituents, the ones that we look after, like you do, and as far as LED lights is concerned, whether you like it or not, this year they're going to be up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Counselor DeGiorgio. Don't forget we're voting on your motion.
Madam Speaker, I can support, you know what? I'm going to give a seminar, and I hope some of you come. I'll give a 2 to 3 day seminar, and then maybe you can then have a different outlook on life. But that being said, I'm going to support Councillor Burnside's motion. Councillor Burnside, I think your motion is fair. I think there are ways of those of us that have a constituency office to, if we incur slightly over that, it's like having a community office somewhere in a public. So I think it's fair. So I'll support you.
Counselor Holliday, quickly.
Yeah, I thank you for allowing me to tear into this a little bit. I want to remind everybody, I think the Budget Committee did the right thing. They took away this silly budget. Look, come to my office, you can see it's well fit out with all the equipment and all the things that I need. My expenses for 2016 were $433 to run my office. I don't understand why anyone else can't run even the rent for a constituency office and still run a place. And you know what? I would also remind people that not only is it the...
What do you say?
I have just as many. Happy ones. So none of these rules that were put in place with the budget prohibits any councillors from renting an office under their office budget. It doesn't prevent any couple of councillors from working together to get two offices close together, even if it's in the north end of the city, to make it work. I don't understand why people can't just work within their budgets. It's very clearly demonstrated it can be done. If anyone wants some guidance on how to do that, come see me.
Counselor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, I rise to speak to this item, having had the opportunity a number of years ago. And Speaker, it says 1:20 there on the time. I don't think I've been up for a minute 20. The one behind you, Mike. Okay, I just want to be able to see the one I can see in front of me. So I've had the pleasure, Speaker, of having had a constituency office. And in a good week, I would have maybe 2 people show up. And in fact, we had a situation where a man had threatened my staff member, and she was afraid. We were spending about $15,000 a year for that particular office. What I learned after we closed the office is that I was actually much more effective by responding to my constituents, either meeting them at their homes, their place of business. I meet sometimes at the McGregor Library. I meet at the Scarborough Civic Center when people want to come there, or varying other places, because generally the problems that people bring to my attention isn't about coming to an office to speak to me, but it's actually to be at a specific area where the problem actually is. I've been doing this now for about probably the last 12 years, and I've not had a problem. I've not had anybody from my ward actually have to come downtown to meet me about any particular matter. I have had a couple of constituents who have said, I'm going to be downtown with my wife and I'm going for lunch. We want to come to your office because we're downtown. Those are the only reasons why, Speaker. It actually can take someone from Victoria Park and Eglinton, which is part of my ward, to get to the Civic Center more than 40 minutes, so that is an issue. But I have not seen the rationale or reasons why I need a constituency office to serve my constituents. I can very well serve them much better, actually, than sitting in a specific place where they come and see me. There are many offices in our community that offers community service an enhancement, whether or not it's the Aging Court Community Hub or what have you. They provide that type of service where people go and sit in. Generally, people come to see me for 10, 15 minutes, maybe half an hour at the most, and so on. We have the ability, we have facility. I've also met both the McGregor Library and the library at Parkway Mall and other areas in my ward. No one comes to see me that often at the Civic Center. Very rarely do people come. I go to see them, and I think that's much more effective, and it doesn't cost me $15,000 because it really wasn't an effective use. It was great for promoting my name when I had the office, and I get that, but that wasn't what we were trying to do. I actually agree with this particular policy by not having to spend this additional funds on offices, Madam Speaker. I think that we should leave it the way it is.
Okay. Councillor Al-Jamari.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll try to be brief, too. I will not be taking up Councillor Holliday's invitation to go to him for guidance. I will not be taking up Councillor DeGiorgio's invitation to have a 2 or 3 day seminar. I am talking out of the experience that I've had in representing my community for 3 decades, and that is that the seniors, especially the seniors, take advantage of the local constituency office. Because the MPs have one, because the MPPs have one, are we second-class representatives of our community? This is an issue fundamentally of equity in outreach. I don't understand why a cap has to be had on the actual amount spent per year, because in my area, perhaps I can find an office for under $15,000. In some of the other wards, especially downtown, I don't see how they can. So I will not be supporting Councillor Burnside's motion for that reason. I just don't think it's equitable. I remember when we first got elected here, and we came in here, and it was Councillor Tom Jacobek who moved the motion for a $75,000 budget for each councillor. And I think we were 54 councillors at the time. And it seemed like that was an appropriate amount to pay for all of the 56? Okay. No, 75. Was 75,000. So I think that and at that time you paid for all your office equipment and phones coming out of that one budget. Now, and this was a result of Councillor Lindsay Luby's motion, that we have a central pool where we draw from, and those who need it take advantage of it, and those who don't. I do it because I encourage constituents to come. How many times have they come? They come every week for documents that they don't know how to read, and we translate for them, for the water rebate program, for the tax forgiveness program. They're coming in and out, in and out, in and out.
I wish we had an elevator because some of them have trouble negotiating those few stairs. But Speaker, I think it's really, really important for those of us who have been serving community and who don't want to do without it, as Councillor Thompson spoke, he has the perfect right not to shut his door. That's fine. I want to keep mine open, and there is not enough money now in the budget for people who want to have active communities and activate their communities. You have to spend money to activate a tenants group. You have to have literature out there. It depends on what kind of counselor you want to be. If you want to be a counselor where you lay back and have people come to you, that's one thing. If you want to get out there and activate your community, that's quite another thing. Thank you.
Councillor Perruzza.
Speaker, I'm going to try to be as brief as I can as well.
I hope so.
I recall one night I was sitting in the legislature, and it was late, and I remember meandering over to Bob Nixon, who was at the time the leader of the Liberal Party. And Bob Nixon had been in the legislature back then, I would say some pretty near 30 years. And I remember sitting next to him, and we were having a little chit-chat, and he explained why it was in the legislature people had desks. The desks actually opened, and you could have stationery in your desk, and there was an inkwell on the desk. And Bob explained that in the old days, they would sit there, they would receive letters from people, and they would sit and handwrite letters in response to their constituents. They didn't have the supports that one would have today, or that they would have today. Why do I make that point? And people here are saying, it's late at night, Anthony. I was waiting for somebody, I was waiting for Bernsey there to ask me the question, why, Anthony, are you making that point? I'm making that point because, as Councillor Thompson just illustrated, times change. We don't longer get handwritten letters, not very many of them, and we certainly don't get letters written to us on a typewriter, that you would sit there on a typewriter and punch a response letter back. We get emails, you get Twitter, you get this, you get that, you get the other, and we all represent different communities. Our communities are different. They are. And each and every one of us organize and represent our constituencies very differently. Now, if I wanted to represent my neighborhood like Councillor Thompson, I resisted a constituency office for the longest time, because I felt for the longest time that we could do our work simply out of City Hall in organizing people and in promoting issues in the area. And we discovered that that wasn't the case. In my neighborhood, Jane Finch, people see us as a sort of a first gate towards seeking help or support. And I discovered, since opening that constituency office, that in fact lots and lots of people actually sort of come through the office to do that. Now, if you decide that we can no longer have that service for people, I will, like everyone else, simply close the constituency office. All I'm asking you is to be able to do my job the way I see my work. But that's actually not what we're talking about here tonight. Nobody's actually saying you can or can't have a constituency office. Really, the issue at hand is, how do you pay for it? If you have an office outside of public space, that's the question that's before us. If you're in a civic center, you can continue to have a constituency office. If you go to I don't know, I think the way the motions work, if you go to a community center or some other place, you can still do that. Now, Councillor Burnside's motion says you can actually even do that outside of that setting, but putting a cap on the amount of money that you can actually pay for rent. And basically trying to claw it back, on average, some $3,000. And I suspect, so my counselor next to me, who has a constituency office in industrial area, is probably saying, my rent isn't 15,000.
It is.
So I'm
It
okay.
is. It is.
It is? Oh, so I'm okay with it. But really,
Counselor, I thought you were going to be short.
other than the well, you know, I discovered I had a few things to say, right? It's sort of educational, isn't it?
Like-
And therapeutic as well, right? No. Non-educational, non-therapeutic. Well, let me conclude then by saying this, and hopefully it'll be somewhat educational and somewhat therapeutic.
Thank you.
I believe you can do all of this stuff and not actually save a nickel
Thank you.
at the end of the day, Speaker. So I should think that you should let well enough alone and just let us continue to do our work. Thank you so very much.
Boy, that was one of the shortest speeches I ever heard. Counselor Campbell.
You know, Madam Speaker, after over 3 years in this place, it never ceases to amaze me how some councillors can speak when nobody's paying attention, and they just go on and on. Anyhow.
Sorry, did you say something?
Right. Well done. So listen, this was a interesting. Councillor Ajameri just quoted the fact that she's been doing this for 30 years. You know, these offices are really no more, let's call it what they are. They're vehicles, they're opportunities for self-promotion. You put your sign up, it's an outpost in the community. All of the civic centers are close by. And yes, if my constituents would have to go 40 minutes on a bus, if they want to do it, fine. But more often than not, I'll go to their house. I go to their house to look at their ditches. I go for the Commissioner of Oaths. I go to look at the fence exemptions. I go visit them. I don't know what's keeping anybody else from doing the same. And when we have an office in a civic center, it's the city paying the city. So there is no cost, despite the attempts of some people to try to think that there is a cost. The city pays the city. It's a little ledger move, and there's no opportunity cost of having those offices. So, the budget committee made a decision. City council upheld the decision. We should stick to the decision. It's $160,000, and $160,000 is not nothing. I wouldn't mind taking $5,000 or $10,000 of that and giving us actually a food budget once in a while, but it's a topic for another day. Next council will do that.
Okay, we have one motion, recorded vote. Counselor Perruzza, you had your 5 minutes. You had your 5 minutes. Okay. On favor? Recorded.
Counselor Fletcher, please. Counselor Holland, please.
Counselor McMahon, please. Counselor Davis.
John? Yes, because if you don't vote for this, the higher amount gets kicked in. Counselor Campbell?
The amendment does not carry. The vote is 13 to 24.
Okay, on the item, recorded vote.
Counselor Perks, please. Counselor Davis. Counselor Layton.
The item carries. The vote is 22 to 15.
Shame. Shame, shame. Okay, Counselor Fillion. Counselor Fillion, are you ready with your motion? Counselor Fillion, on,
Yes, the Parks motion, I'm just looking for,
okay, Counselor Shan,
Madam Speaker, point of privilege.
Counselor Shan.
Madam Speaker, I wasn't sure if you said shame after the last vote. If you did, that's fairly offensive for the people who voted in favor of that, and I would like you to withdraw that.
Yeah, I think,
But the speaker has
oh,
different.
all right, okay. I know there were other members that did as well. Okay, thank you. I will retract it. Questions on this? Counselor Holliday, you have question. Okay, but first of all, let's find out what Counselor Fillion's moving first.
I just want to, apparently the motions that I planned to move were out of order, so I just want to release it to the committee chair, Councillor McMahon.
So you're moving the Parks and Environment PE 25.1 to Councilor McMahon? Okay. The item. Okay, Councillor Holliday has a question, though, to staff.
I do. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Parks, the original, can you confirm, through you to staff, can you confirm that the original recommendation of the report was that it be received by the committee? Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct.
Okay, but so the Parks and Environment Committee added a whole bunch of, essentially they added a bunch of work for you. I just wanted to know and understand, number 4 talks about applicants for a committee of adjustment need to submit colored photos, he has a right footprint, tree details, including the diameter at breast height, tree species, and then information about all trees located on site and within 6 meters as part of the application. Can you tell me, in your experience, is your average citizen able to go and figure out tree species and run around taking measurements? And how will they take measurements of trees within 6 meters of the site if it involves going on a private property? The neighbor's property.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I might get assistance from city planning on this. However, in order to submit those documents, they're done through a drawing, right, through an architect, who would then receive an arborist report that would be part of that, those drawings.
Does every application have an arborist report if there aren't any trees impacted?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, it may not be required. In that case, there would be a declaration signed and forwarded off to forestry.
Well, what's your interpretation, though, of number 4? Because this reads to me that if I wanted to go to Committee of Adjustment, I'd have to do an awful lot of work with respect to the trees on my property and the trees that are on my neighbor's properties, because they're within 6 meters. I mean, that's a fair distance.
Is this the fir tree all over again?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, this recommendation number 4 would add extra requirements in terms of a complete application that would come in through Toronto Building, the Customer Service Office, before such an application even reaches the C of A.
Are you okay if I guessed at the tree species? Like, I mean, I'm not an arborist. I don't particularly want to hire one if I am getting some kind of small committee of adjustment at one end of my property about something else. I'm just worried about the practicality of number 4 and what staff's view is on this, because this wasn't your recommendation. This was submitted by the committee.
So through you, Madam Speaker, the tree species is not necessarily that important at that stage. The location of the tree is what's required.
Are you concerned at all that it says tree species? Like, I mean, I tend to agree with you. I mean, this is a lot of information, and I'm not sure how important it's biggest pinus or whatever, you know, is on my lot, or greenest leafus. I mean, I don't know how to come up with the names. Doesn't that require me hiring an arborist to fulfill the requirement of this motion? Notwithstanding your advice that it may not be totally necessary.
So through you, Madam Speaker, it's the only way to specifically say it so that the intent is covered. I don't think it's going to hold up or impact the submission of the drawings.
And who's going to review the Committee of Adjustment applications that have all this information on it for completeness and accuracy, even if there isn't any trees impacted?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the process is that Urban Forestry does inspect all of those sites. So this is giving the Committee of Adjustments additional tools when they make their decisions on whether or not a tree or a species might be impacted.
So if I don't have any trees on my property, but my neighbors maybe do within 6 meters of my property line, and I have some small Committee of Adjustment, Urban Forestry still reviews that application?
Yes, we will review, through you, Madam Speaker, we'll review every application. It's the type of comments we make. We may say there's no concerns, or we may ask for some conditions, specific conditions, or we may reject.
I'm going to just try to fit in one more question here. I just understood that this also talks about giving an information sheet to other city staff who may be visiting a site. And I'm going to assume that involves building officials, MLS officials. Is there some protocol right now in place with respect to reporting incidents regarding trees or matters of concern that one city staff person may have found on a site that they're visiting? And what is the utility of an information sheet? Would that be helpful? Does that then put an onus on the department to go and start reporting issues? Are we conscripting others to become the tree police, really, is what I'm asking?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think this just outlines the process that's currently in place. Right now, transportation is very good when their inspectors go out and they're looking for a curb cut and it's impacting a tree, they'll notify forestry. Planning does the same, so I think this is just outlining the guidelines so that the dots are connected and nothing gets missed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Fletcher.
Oh, I just wanted to ask the chief planner that it was my, and I know it's late, but when I was at committee, I got the distinct impression that at the Committee of Adjustment or any zoning, that the Committee of Adjustment or the Local Appeal Board or the OMB has a final decision about any tree on the property. That the city at some point loses its ability to say no. I just wish to have that clarified by planning.
So, through the chair, ultimately the Committee of Adjustment is, or in the case, the Committee of Adjustment, or in the case of an appeal, the TLAB is going to make the final decision on the four tests of the Planning Act, and the tree is part of that mix. Whether or not the trees, saving the tree or properly mitigating the impact on the tree will be part of the consideration of whether or not that application meets the four tests.
So at any...
as a planning issue.
As a planning issue, when we're dealing with a zoning matter and we heard there are trees on site that need to be removed, there are essentially no permissions that are required to remove them because that really isn't within the jurisdiction. It's the OMB's jurisdiction. At the end of the day.
If, through the chair, if the tree is impact is relevant to that proposal, yes, that's correct.
So let's say there's 8 trees that the developer says they wish to take down in order to build what they wish to build.
Related to those variances, yes.
Pardon me, it's very hard for me to hear you, even on your microphone, Mr. Lintern. Sorry.
Yes, related, if they are related to those variances that are part of the proposal, yes.
Then that jurisdiction remains so that community council or council has no authority over those trees.
In those scenarios, that's correct.
Once they're part of a development application.
That's correct.
Being heard by another jurisdiction.
Yes, and I would just ask our friends in Urban Forestry to supplement, because they still will, they'll certainly write a report.
So even if we had a report and say don't do it, the Committee of Adjustment or the OMB could say do it. I'm actually asking you as the chief planner.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it's a city tree that's on that same application, let's say they wish to injure a city tree to build what they're building. Is there any jurisdiction the city has over that, or does the OMB or the Committee of Adjustment have that jurisdiction?
If, through the chair, if it's a city tree, the city has a jurisdiction over that tree.
Can say, no, you cannot do that in your application?
That's correct.
So that's fine. I wanted to be very, very clear on those things, from a planning standpoint. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Shiner?
So first to Mr. Lintern. Am I correct then that we're adding to the responsibilities of an applicant with an application in front of the Committee of Adjustment?
I would, through the chair, yes, we are insofar as they may ultimately have to engage an arborist in order to deal with these issues. So by asking for this information in Rec 4, for example, we're we're asking the applicant to do that sooner, earlier in the process.
But they'll have to do this properly and to go within 6 meters of their own property, they'll most likely have to engage an arborist.
An arborist, surveyor, they may already have this information or on the survey or
Arborist
not.
and a surveyor.
Well, they already need a survey, but the survey may or may not include this information, so they'd be likely advised to consult an arborist, yes.
Do you have any concerns with it?
Well, I mean, the staff, in the staff report, did not recommend this. I think Urban Forestry can certainly comment on the additional responsibility it will bring from an applicant point of view. I hear concerns about length of time, for example, that people are confronted with when applying for the Committee of Adjustment, depending on the panel they're seeing. And you have to weigh that. You have to weigh that against the important public policy concerns of conserving and preserving the urban forest. So these are issues, they go to weight. These are substantial
I
issues.
just wanted to know if you had any concern with it.
Pardon me?
I just wanted to know if you had any concern with it. I understand the policy
It's
issues.
it'll be another issue to manage through the.
So a question of my friends in forestry.
Committee of Adjustment.
Mr. Doyle, now we're asking to complicate the process of Committee of Adjustment application where you could be going down 2 or 3 homes because 6 meters could have you on 2 neighboring properties. This wasn't your recommendation, was it?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it was not our recommendation.
So then let me ask you the next question. Do you believe the recommendations will be very helpful, somewhat helpful, or not helpful in saving trees?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I can't answer the question because I'm not sure, it hasn't been done. I don't think it's going to be that onerous, but it will add more work to the applicant. In the fact that it might identify trees and another line on the property that is the as of right may provide them with more tools to make better educated decisions.
Is there another way to go about this?
Through you, Madam Speaker, since 2015, we put together a working group with City Legal, Planning and Building that's developed a great process in place right now that's working very well, that allows us to sort of connect the dots. I think the process hasn't had enough time to be realized to see the success of it.
So if this was deferred for further consideration in a while, you wouldn't be objecting to that? I'm trying to understand this.
So through you, Madam Speaker, I think that'd be fine, but right now I don't see this as being that onerous. It may be the recommendation could be as simple as trying it as a pilot.
So my next question is, I've got a property, I want to bring an application, it's got a bunch of trees on it. The new process makes me hire an arborist and a surveyor that I might not need. I look at the trees, I just chop them down. Would it not be a little cheaper in some instances to see if I get caught and fined and just remove them before I make my application so I have nothing to report?
So through you, Madam Speaker, I would suggest that be in the process, but at the same time, Urban Forestry does inspect 99% of these applicants, these that come through the City Committee of Adjustments. They're sent to us in advance. We'll go out and inspect. We'll identify if the variance.
I'm going to
Right.
chop them
So
down
I'll know-
before I make an application.
Right, we have the tools in front of us to know whether or not the tree was there.
What's
Not-
it going to cost me if you find out I chopped down a couple of trees? Anything less than this reporting?
Through you, Madam Speaker, it depends on the size of the trees, location of the trees. I mean, we have some incidents out there that we're looking at prosecution in the thousands. And also there's fees and fines that are,
Okay, thank you.
right?
Councillor Davis?
I'm wondering about, I've had a couple of situations like this where a public tree in the right-of-way obstructed the proposed development that was approved by C of A and a building permit was issued. So can a public tree block the building permit that's been issued by another arm of the city?
So through you, Madam Speaker, the city urban forestry can deny a permit to remove a city tree, even though building or the C of A process issued a permit.
So sometimes the right-of-way goes halfway up someone's front yard, at least in our section of town, and a tree in that section of the front yard can be protected and block them proceeding to use the building permit that's been issued.
So through you, Madam Speaker, it doesn't stop the building permit. It stops
Them from constructing according to
a driveway or something that would remove the trees. So they could still go forward and build, but they can't complete the project if the tree is in the way. This is why more information is probably better in order for everybody to make the decision.
Maybe Councillor Shiner heard that. Finally, and I asked this once before, are we keeping a record of all of the trees that are being removed as a result of the development process? Are we keeping a database? We have goals to increase the tree canopy and increase the tree canopy. Are we keeping records of the tree canopy that's being removed due to the development process?
So through you, Madam Speaker, we do have that information, and we can extract it from TMS, Toronto Maintenance Management System. So we do have the information.
Are we doing that? Because I asked that a year ago, and I was reassured that we were going to start looking at the loss of the canopy through development.
So through you, Madam Speaker, we've been asked to report out to Community Council with respect to some of those statistics, and we're working on pulling that information together.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Robinson?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In December of 2015, I moved a number of motions on looking at ways to implement or better implement and integrate tree protection into development review and building permit review applications. How does that play off that was step one? Is this enhance what we did back then? And again, the COA, I always feel it's at the end of the process. The talk about trees is always at the end of the process, like the COA panel will say, and this should go to urban forestry. So I've talked to some of your colleagues and staff over the years, particularly Arthur Beauregard, who's now retired, unfortunately. But I've talked to them about the fact that you're kind of at the tail end of the process, and how has that all been addressed, given those motions that I moved in 2015 and then these additional motions before us?
Through you, Madam Chair, the process has been enhanced or improved. For instance, at this time, we actually circulate all C of A applications to urban forestry well in advance of it ever even getting to a hearing, so that the members can make an informed decision on the question you raise. So I don't think it would be accurate to say that decisions about the trees happen based on last-minute information, though it may appear the decision's being made at the last minute.
So I guess maybe I wasn't crystal clear. What I find, and again, you're saying it's been improved, so I'm very happy to hear that. But what I hear at the COA, and I'm rarely there, but is that the panelists will say, we're going to approve this, but subject to urban forestry's input. And so what I'm saying, that really feels to me like it's the tail end of the process. And so when we're looking at circular driveways, concrete being put down and taking out tree roots, I feel like a lot of these trees don't even have a chance of survival because of issues related, hard infrastructure related to the development.
Through you, Madam Chair, when the C of A makes a decision and it relates to street trees, it's usually on conditional approval based on what Urban Forestry has provided the C of A. So that's already captured in the comments that come from Urban Forestry through to the C of A. It's absolutely clear, and it was acknowledged earlier by the acting chief planner and by Urban Forestry, that is one input into the decision-making process that the C of A panel members go through. They have to make a decision based on meeting the 4 tests, and at times they do choose through their approval to not save a tree. It does happen.
So is there some thought been given to moving a driveway, a meter this way or that way? Who in the process looks at that in order to try to save a tree by just modifying a design marginally or in some cases substantially?
Through you, Madam Chair, in fact, that very scenario happens quite a bit. When we get an application at the C of A, we actually also circulate it to the community planning side of city planning. They coordinate review and comments, even though some departments report directly. One of the very common pieces of planning that they involve themselves in is, in fact, triaging and improving the site plan conditions before it even gets to the C of A. So often, community planning's reports to the C of A have addressed that issue, and the applicant has actually made plans like shifting the driveway or entrance to the house or garage over, and that's why when it reaches the C of A, the panel members can make an easier decision.
Great. Well, I'm very pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor De Bearmaker.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I think to our forestry staff, to our Chief Forester, the recommendations, there's 8 recommendations before us. It appears to me, and would you agree, that most of the recommendations are very, there's a low bar. Like, for example, recommendation 1 is asking to make sure that the local appeal body is provided with the most up-to-date council policies. Do you think it's a good idea that the panel knows what the city's policies are?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I do.
So that's really it's not a big concern of yours. In fact, it's a good thing.
Through you, Madam Speaker, this is something that is already on our agenda to help connect a few dots and educate the panel members.
Great, and if I go all the way down, because most of them are just, I'll call it minor in nature. Number 8 at the end says that City Council direct the City of Toronto's trees and ravine protection permits website to be updated to include information relating to tree replacement, et cetera, et cetera. So you're fine with that recommendation? You think that your website should be updated?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes.
And
it's fine.
Does it need to be updated, or is it already updated?
Again, through you, Madam Speaker, we are constantly updating it. So again, this is just outlining some stuff that we should be doing, that we are doing.
So through you, Madam Speaker, so of these 8 recommendations, number 4 seems to be the recommendation that maybe has some people have concerns. But I think I heard you say earlier that if we ask applicants, for example, to provide a photograph of their Committee of Adjustment application to build their $1 million home or sever a lot, whatever they're going to be doing, that the information in number 4 would allow the panel members to make better educated decisions.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's absolutely correct.
And I think did I hear you correct when you said, and you do not believe it is onerous for somebody like me to take my cell phone and take a picture of my site and submit it with my diagram, my application?
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's correct. And again, the C of A panel will send that off, the Committee of Adjustments will send that off to Urban Forestry and will verify that information.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor McMahon to speak.
Okay, shoot. Okay, thank you very much. I didn't really think this would be a big to-do, but it was a very robust conversation at committee, which, you know, everyone had the right to come to. Our friendly Green Committee. And we had, as I said, a big debate, discussion over this. And we were, and as I think many of you are concerned, that oftentimes information coming to Committee of Adjustment or coming to our staff is not fully representative of what is actually going on in the field. So we get submissions without pictures and drawings, whatever, without trees there, and we find out there are trees there. And then I just had an incident in my ward where the tree was to be protected. It had somewhat of a tree protection zone for part of the time, and now the trees just come down in the neighborhood because it was damaged so badly during the build Committee of Adjustment. So staff's working super hard to tighten that up and to protect our trees better as best they can, because it's a little bit out of their control with relying on builders and homeowners to be honest and steadfast in protecting the trees. So we just work with staff, and Councillor Doucette, my vice chair, who's not here today unfortunately, but we worked with staff to tighten this up a little more so we can protect our tree canopy and preserve it as part of our Transform TO Climate Action Change Plan. And so I will hope you stick with the recommendations from committee. That's why you have a committee and you have a chair. All right, thank you in advance.
Thank you. Councillor De Beermaker.
Chair, and I'll be following the chair with the green dress to promote protecting more green space in our city. Madam Chair, as I think most people who heard our staff speak, there are a set of 8 recommendations here. I sense that nobody has any issue with pretty much any of them. Number 4 is the one application that seems to be of concern to people. And number 8, for example, says that the website should be updated to include information relating to tree replacement. You'd think that would go without saying, but that was put in the recommendations to make sure people have information. Same as making sure that panel members are informed of the most up-to-date City Council policies. Number 4, as our Chief Forester said to us, allows the panel members to make better educated decisions. Doesn't stop myself from going in and saying I want to remove some trees from my property because I'm going to tear down my house and build my $1 million mansion or my dream home. All it says is that when you put in an application, you've got to take your cell phone. You've got to take a picture of your site so that the members of the Committee of Adjustment who are saying thumbs up or thumbs down to your application actually know what your site looks like. And I think this set of recommendations came out of concerns that many of us across the city have had, that sometimes Committee of Adjustment decisions are made and they don't actually know what the trees look like or what the site looks like because they're looking at a black and white printout sometimes of an architect's drawing and just has a little round dot or circle on it. So these are very straightforward, and Madam Chair, I, like the chair of the Parks and Environment Committee, would encourage everyone to adopt all 8 recommendations and to do, like our Chief Forester said, to make sure that the people we appoint to make decisions make better educated decisions on a recommendation that is not onerous on any landowner. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to call the question.
Thank you. The question's been called. Oh, come on. Okay.
Councillor Ajamari, Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Davis, please.
Counselor Fillion, please. Thank you.
The motion to end debate carries. The vote is 30 to 5.
Okay. On the item, all in favor? Councillor Holliday?
On a point of order, Madam Speaker, if I may request that A, the vote be recorded, and B, I would definitely like to vote on item 4 separately.
Okay.
That's very important.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, someone approved. I wouldn't say very big. Someone.
So you want to vote on part 4
have my
separately?
motion.
That's fine, that's fine. So we'll vote on part 4 first separately.
Councillor Carroll, please. Councillor Perruzza. Councillor Wong Tam, thank you.
Counselor Cole.
Councillor Lee and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Counselor Cole, please.
Part 4 of the item carries. The vote is 24 to 11.
Okay, on the balance of the item, all in favor? Okay, recorded.
Councillor McMahon, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Davis, please. Councillor Carmichael Greb and Councillor Davis, please.
The balance of the item carries. The vote is 32 to 3.
On page 6, CC 3811, Councillor Shiner. You would just like to move your report?
Is it 11 or 12 that I'm moving? Oh, it wasn't on a page. I will move the report.
The confidential report from Mimico Judson.
Can I ask one quick question to staff? Simply, are these your recommendations in here? Because these are in a colleague's board. Are these your staff recommendations which I'm moving?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm moving the report.
Okay.
And my motion.
You have an amendment, correct? Yeah, just a sec. Councillor Shiner, there's an amendment?
Where's the additional
But
one?
he's
The local
speaking.
councillor asked me to also move something?
No, but
So I'm moving,
he's taking care of the item.
okay. Yes, all of that, there it is, it's stuck to the paper. Yes, and I'm also moving the other confidential one, the 30.
Okay, we have a question by Councillor Perks to staff. Councillor Perks?
Sorry, I just, in terms of the motion you're moving, the question you asked the city solicitor was, did she support the big document?
Big document is a...
Which she said yes to, but I just wanted to make sure that what the motion you're moving actually changes what the city solicitor put in front of us and substitutes in something slightly different.
Yes,
Am I understanding that correct?
To increase the value by moving the second part.
I'm not asking value, not value. I'm asking, does your motion change the recommendations that the city solicitor said she supported?
Yes.
Thank you.
But I believe
If you want someone else to ask you a question, that's fine.
But in answering it, but it is my understanding that she was supportive of the amendment as well.
Okay, do we want a recorded vote?
But my staff did help draft the amendment.
Counselor Grimes?
I just have a question for the solicitor. Do you support the amendment? No, that's what you asked, so let's find out if they support it.
Yes, we're recommending it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. On the item, recorded vote. On the amendment, recorded vote.
Counselor DeGiorgio, please. Counselor McMahon.
Counselor Robinson, please.
Counselor Davis.
The amendment carries. The vote is 34-1.
Thank you. Item is amended. All in favor? Carry. Recorded. As amended.
Counselor Kelly, please. Counselor Davis.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
On page 7, MM 38.9, Councilor Wong Tam, you held the item down.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Oh, thank you very much. Yes, Madam Speaker. I actually don't have any questions because it's my motion, but I did want to alert members of council that there is a recirculated advance motion that's been placed before you. It's been on your desk for several hours. If there are no questions, I think we can probably just move it and adopt it.
Yeah, there is a revised that we received. Are there any questions? This is on members' motion 38.9, which is the bike theft near Toronto Parks.
Yep. We anticipate a report coming back to Parks, Forestry, and Environment Committee on June the 8th, and staff did provide some assistance in drafting the new set of recommendations.
Okay, so on the item? On the item? Carried.
How many more do we have?
Is that it? Okay, our next item is page 8, MM 3814, paper shredding at Environment Days. Deputy Mayor Minna-Wong held the item down. Do we have questions?
We'll ask a question.
Councillor Campbell?
You know, the staff is, so does the city have the facilities to shred documents for Environment Days? Mobile shredding vehicles?
Through you, Madam Speaker, no, that's always a contracted service.
So the city would have to contract out that in order for that to be available on Environment Days?
Through you, Madam Speaker, the way it works right now is individual councillors who want that service at their Environment Day get 3 quotes, and they'll actually contract directly with somebody to come in and bring that service to them.
And who pays for that?
It comes out of the individual councillors' budgets.
Okay, so that's their business. Okay, thank you.
All that.
Okay.
You should come.
Councillor, hold on, look at all the names I have up here now. Okay. Councillor Robinson.
To staff, I'm just wondering if, so currently the way it works at Environment Days, if a councillor wants to have shredding equipment at their Environment Day, they fund it themselves out of their office budget, is that correct?
That's correct.
So I think this request is to do it in a broader way, so that it would be an RFP through the city procurement system. Is that the request?
That's my understanding. We do one procurement that would, identify a preferred vendor, a price, and then any councillor wishing to use that service would be able to use that service through the procurement process, but it would still be at the cost to the councillor.
So is there a chance, in with your expertise and your estimation, that it might be more costly to do it in that manner if you procured it in that with
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes, we've received this feedback before. We actually went out and got quotes for multiple sources, and they actually came in more expensive than what the individual councillors were able to get the exact same service from the same vendor for.
Why would that be? That's a philosophical question. So what you're saying, you've already done some research and some legwork on this, and your discovery was that it would actually be more costly than it would be for than the system that's currently in place, and that's individual councillors just securing.
Through you, Madam Speaker, that's what we found a couple years ago. I have no problem trying it again to see if we can get better pricing.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Holliday.
So why don't we have the shredding service part of the suite of offerings on Environment Day already? Pardon me while I rephrase that. Is there any environmental benefit to this service?
Through you, Madam Speaker, making sure that paper stays out of the garbage is always an environmental benefit. The actual confidential shredding is more of a personal preference of some people who attend Environment Days to actually being able to see confidential personal information being shredded in front of them.
So assuming most people understand that you put paper in the recycling bin, would it be fair to characterize that the environmental benefit is marginal? Although I would concede that there is some personal security value to this.
Through you, Madam Speaker, I think that's a fair characterization.
Any idea what it costs for a truck to come?
Again, through you, Madam Speaker, we don't actually deal directly with the pricing, but when we went out, it's anywhere from $400 to up to $1,500 per event.
Okay, and maybe this question is for the clerks. If this report were to come back through committee, would that be a vector or a way to somehow have a central budget pay for this service? Could a councillor amend that? Could a councillor create this as a city service through that pathway? Because right now the service is something that a councillor goes out and procures. They could get computer repair, whatever it is, they put in Environmental Day. It's up to our discretion, but through the report process, is there a way that it becomes normalized as a city service?
This is an example of why members' motions should go through committee.
I don't know, who did you ask the question to?
The clerks.
Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, I don't really understand the question.
Maybe, Madam Speaker, if I can take that one on their behalf. Regardless of what happens, it'll ultimately have to go forward through Budget Committee and approval as part of the solid waste rate budget because it's not in there today.
Okay, so at the very least, we can at least assure for the short time being that regardless of what you report on the merits of centrally procuring this service, it would at least in the short term must be through the councillor's office budget, not through solid waste. Not through the rate-supported solid waste system.
Through you, Madam Speaker, absolutely.
Thank you.
That was a good one. I didn't actually. Councillor Burnside?
Thank you. Through you to staff. Would it be fair to say that things that are traditionally brought to Environment Day, like paint, electronics, and batteries, are things we're trying to keep out of the regular garbage?
Through you, Madam Speaker, yes.
And it would be fair to say that there's an incentive. Currently, if we don't have an Environment Day, people would have to go to a depot like Bermondsey to dispose of those safely?
Yes.
And if they don't, they're going to put that in the garbage, and that's why we have the Environment Days.
We do have other avenues. Environment Days is one opportunity to get rid of those materials.
Okay. But one of the concerns is that they'll just put it in the garbage, correct?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. So confidential, you mentioned something about keeping paper out of the garbage stream. Confidential documents, if people aren't going to, are so concerned that they're confidential that they're going to shred them, what's the chance, do you think, they'd actually put them in the garbage?
Hi.
If it's not safe to put it in your, let me rephrase that. If it's not safe to put confidential documents in your recycling bin, would you think it's any safer to put it in your garbage?
Through you, Madam Speaker, I'd be speculating, but when you put something in your recycling bin, it goes and gets sorted by other people. Whereas if you put something in your garbage, it goes to landfill.
Okay, so there's the slight chance. Is this more, so would you say this is also, though, about just providing a service to people?
Through you, Madam Speaker, this is not a service that we provide as a solid waste division. This is the individual councillors trying to provide a service that their customers and their constituents have asked for.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Okay, are we done? Okay. It's 10 o'clock. Okay. Who held this item down? Okay, so Councillor Mihevc,
Yes, very briefly. I
Yes?
think what Councillor Doucette is trying to do is basically get a reduced price, still at our office expense. If the reduced price doesn't come through a centralized RFP process, I'm sure staff will tell us, in which case we're all on our own. If, however, he does get a reduced price, then we're basically to the plus. I think that's the basic system. Staff is nodding. I hope you can support this report request. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, I thought somebody else was there. No? Okay. Okay, on the item, all in favor? Recorded vote. This is a report request. The paper shredding.
Mayor Tory, please.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor McMahon. Councillor DeGiorgio.
The item is adopted. The vote is 26-8.
Okay, Councilor DeGiorgio, you have the floor.
What did she say?
Yeah.
His mic's on.
Councilor DeGiorgio?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm asking that council approve
This one, and then it's the last one, yeah.
this motion, and essentially it is a direction that council advise the applicant that there is a Committee of Adjustment application that is required to approve an increase in the commercial at grade over and above what the OMB approved in 2015. In other words, the OMB presumably approved the final zoning bylaw, and then when the applicant went to get a building permit, he showed more commercial at grade than what the OMB approved. And I'm saying, you know what? You require a variance, and therefore you should go to Committee of Adjustment. I'm basically advising the applicant that he should file a Committee of Adjustment application. He doesn't have to, but I want to put him on notice that he should apply to the Committee of Adjustment for a variance. Now, if that doesn't happen, and I'm saying, you know what, before the next council meeting, I would like to see an application submitted to the Committee of Adjustment. If it doesn't happen, I will then proceed accordingly. In the meantime, because I want to give the applicant an opportunity to do things in accordance with due process, I want to defer all the additional items related to the draft plan approval of condominium. Because in my view, the approval for the draft plan condominium is a right. Sorry, it's a privilege. It's not a right. And I'm not willing to say you have the right to condominium registration now that you've got all the approvals, because in my view, you don't have all the approvals. So all I'm saying is, Madam Speaker, that council just agree to advise the applicant that he requires a committee of adjustment application, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, hold on. Who's banging on the desk? Jeez. Okay, so what do we have before us?
You just notify them then, amend it to notify.
What's your mic?
Okay.
Frank's mic's on.
On the item,
Carrie?
Sorry, could you turn Councilor DeGiorgio's mic off, please?
Yeah, can you turn my
I'm
mic off?
Worried.
no, hold on. Oh, please, why is everyone yelling? There are questions. Councilor Fragedakis.
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
On the deferral, I don't understand the notice of motion that he brought forward, and now he's asking for a deferral. Why did he, Councilor DeGiorgio, why would you bring a notice of motion to this council and then ask us to defer all these items?
Now his mic needs to be turned on.
Wow.
If you'd been to his 3-day seminar.
No, you're welcome.
Sorry, I was busy.
I'm happy to give a 3-day seminar.
Okay, Councilor Fragedakis, were you here earlier when he said that he wanted to defer 3 of them and bring forward a member's motion? Were you here earlier when he
Well,
spoke about it?
I heard about the deferral, and I was wondering why the notice of motion that he brought forward, and then now he's asking for a deferral. So why did he bring the notice of motion here if he was going to defer everything?
Because the notice,
But it's just the other 2 items that are, anyway, it's the other 2 items that are being deferred. No,
No, there's 3 items being deferred.
I know. Councilor DeGiorgio.
what I was saying earlier, Councillor Fragedakis, was that I wanted to give the opportunity to the applicant to perhaps submit an application to the Committee of Adjustment. I'm not saying he has to. I want to notify him that I believe.
So, but you're asking now that that item be deferred, so how is that notice of motion going to take effect?
Which, this one? If
Yes.
this gets approved, I can go, the applicant will be
It's not going to be
notified.
approved, you've actually moved a deferral.
This is not a deferral, just read.
Your motion on the deferral is about 3 items.
Yeah, but this is a separate item.
Oh, you have a 4th item? Oh, sorry, I apologize, I stand my questions down. Thank you for clarifying.
It was all explained in the 3-day seminar. She missed it.
So I think... Okay, we're voting, please, one at a time, please. We're voting on the member's motion first. We'll put it on the screen. Okay, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Wong Tam, please, we're trying to vote.
We're trying to understand.
Well, we're voting now. So there's the motion. On favor? Carried. Recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon. Councillor Lee, please.
Counselor Ainsley, please. Counselor Mihevik, when you're seated.
The item is adopted. The vote is 29-4.
Okay, what's the next one? On the deferral, all in favor? Carried. Is that it? No, I know, but on this item, I don't want to see this item again. Okay. Okay. Now, hold on. We have this motion, don't we? Councillor Fillion, would you like to move MM 3834, 5800 Yonge Street?
It's a staff.
And there's a confidential item attached to it.
Yes, it's a staff report. I move the staff recommendations.
Okay. On favor? Carried. Okay, we have one more member's motion that, this one was from the last meeting and the staff brought forward the report, the hydro. But that was the one, I think we'll bring it forward at the next council meeting, because I don't think that's urgent.
It's already been circulated, it's already out.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is, you accepted it. She
No.
moved it, she put it in the order paper.
Has it been added?
You added it.
Has it been added?
It's not controversial.
Okay, put it on the screen, and we'll see if the councillors want to deal with it. Put it on the screen.
Simply asks.
I don't think that's an urgent motion.
If I might, we have 7 vacancies of senior staff.
Okay, this is just Tad. Can members see it? Okay. Okay, on favor, carried. Okay, we'll circulate it.
It doesn't need to be circulated, it's so short.
Yeah. Okay, Mayor Tory?
I'd like to seek the concurrence of colleagues to introduce a motion without notice. It's an urgent matter, and I don't know whether I'm supposed to explain why now, but there it is. It's about an appointment to the Toronto Police Services Board, and it's I think many people have been consulted on it. All in favor of Speaker? Can you, if you could make sure everybody's happy, then I can speak to it.
Okay, this is just introducing it.
Yes, that's all.
Okay, just introducing, all in favor, carried. Okay, Mayor Tory, do you want to speak on it?
So, Madam Speaker, and there'll hopefully be a comment or two made about this as just before we adjourn this evening, but on occasion by her candidacy for provincial office, Councillor Carroll, quite considerately, and I'll explain why it's considerate, resigned, I think has resigned from the Police Services Board as one of the council representatives there. And I think as members know, the Police Services Board meets throughout the year and throughout the election period. And as you would also know, there are quite a few issues there right now as we speak that are sensitive issues that I think certainly merit full representation from the city, and indeed just even the matter of making sure we have a good solid roster of people there overall means that having a vacancy at this point in time is not desirable. And so we had some conversation about this, and again, Councillor Carroll wisely drew to my attention the fact that the board does meet even during the election period when some of us may be more preoccupied than others. And so that, plus a consideration of people who would be good candidates to the board, leads me to move, seconded by Councillor Carroll, and I think a number of you have been consulted on this, that we would appoint Councillor Hart to fill the vacancy through the end of the term. And he's in a better position because he just, as much as he wanted to be here for future debates on tree pictures and shredding, had committed himself not to run for office, and therefore will not be preoccupied with campaigns in the fall when others might be. And I think, actually, no kidding, it will be an important time for the Police Services Board. There will be issues that are ongoing there. And so we're putting his name forward, and I apologize for the fact there was no notice, but I think it's Councillor Carroll realizing very considerately, as I said, that if we waited until the next meeting, then we wouldn't be able to have the appointment in place to carry on with this work since she has submitted her resignation. So that's really all I would have to say, other than that, of course, I would have complete confidence, as I'm sure we all would, that Councillor Hart would do an excellent job and will do an excellent job at a sensitive time, and I think a number of you have been consulted in that regard.
Jim, what are you going to do on council night?
Thank you. Okay, on the item, on favor, carried. Yeah, just one sec, we just have one more motion. So Counselor Davis's motion? We're just going to display it, okay? So we don't have to circulate it? Okay, on the item, on favor, it's a report request, carried. Okay, Counselor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. On a point of privilege, as many of you know, some of the members of this council are running for provincial office. Most of them will be back for the next meeting, but Councillor Carroll will not. This is her last meeting as a member of Toronto City Council. And I asked the Speaker at the beginning of the meeting if I could just say a couple words. Shelley, my beloved sister, like all of us here, I found my first couple years of office just absolutely overwhelming. And I was lucky to have you and Kyle there to mentor me and teach me, you know, all the important things about being a city councillor, like the value of interpretive dance and setting budgets, and so many other things. But I just wanted to say that if I do well here, it's because of the lessons you've taught me. A second thing I just wanted to say, that first term, I was on the budget committee with Shelley and Joe and Maria, Paul, Kyle. That was during that term was the global financial crisis, and we had the 2008 and 2009 budgets, where day by day we were seeing the estimates on things like the cost of social assistance jumping by thousands of people. And we had no clarity of what our revenues would be. It was the most frightening thing I've ever had to do as a public official, was to serve on that budget committee at that time. As a result, 4 of us, Joe, Shelley, Kyle, and I, all wound up in hospital that year. It was unbelievably stressful. And I found myself in the hospital after having 2 very painful surgeries on the good stuff. Those medications you can only get prescribed after painful surgeries. And Shelley thought she would come to the hospital to try to help me out a bit. So she brought a DVD of The Man Who Fell to Earth. Now, for any of you who have ever seen The Man Who Fell to Earth, the idea of watching that with a lot of morphine and Percocet and other things like that in your body, you will know that is a life-altering experience. Shelley has forever undermined my faith in reality and my ability to cope with it. So thank you for that. And the final thing I wanted to say, whenever Shelley and I have been discussing some really difficult issue about city building, Shelley always talks about how it will affect her 3 grandchildren. And Shelley, I just wanted to say that, you know, having served with you for nearly 12 years now, I'm confident in saying that the city that Eva and Tristan and Tyson will grow up in will be all the better for the years that you gave as a member of this council. Thank you for all you've done.
I'm right behind you, Shelley.
No, just a sec. No. Mayor Tory.
Speaker, I feel I should, and I want to, as the mayor, just really add to the comments quite properly made by Councillor Perks. A couple of things I learned in the last 5 minutes. One, I now know how Councillor Perks got off the rails so quickly early on in his career. And secondly, I think I've never seen Shelley Carroll's signature before she seconded that motion for Jim Hart's appointment. You ought to check out that signature. It gets deeply troubling. But having said that, I said, Shelley, is this your signature? And she said, yes, it is. Anyway, never mind. Can I just say that, you know, there have been lots of occasions, and that's the nature of this place, where I've disagreed with Shelley or she with me, and it doesn't really matter. We've had differing points of view on issues. But I've seen, and I said this the other day to her when we were meeting privately, and we had a chance to say a few words to her because we knew she likely wouldn't be back to the Police Services Board. And I, of course, it was on my recommendation to you that she was put over there as an appointee, and I'm very glad that she was, because she spoke about issues from a perspective that was very useful at a very sensitive time in policing issues and in the maintenance and restoration of police community trust and a whole host of other things, and did it in a way that I think was very important for the City of Toronto and for its elected representatives on the board, and I thanked her for that, and I thank her publicly for that as well. The second thing, both at the police board and here at City Council, and of course I've only been here this last 3 years, but she has stepped up in both cases to take on what I think is one of the most difficult tasks, along with a number of others here, which is to work on the budget. And she brings her own experience to bear on that, but has worked terribly hard at that, and does come here, as was said the other day at the Police Services Board. At that board, I can assure you, she's always read all of the material, and while it can become, I will admit, occasionally frustrating when she says, I just have one more question, and you're debating taking your tie at that juncture and doing something with it, but you know, she's read the stuff, and she's asking the questions that need to be asked. The final thing I wanted to say just arose out of a little story, and it's not quite as interesting as Councillor Perk's story, but it's one that speaks in the same vein to Shelley Carroll that I've come to know really just in the last year. I knew her for many years, but and that is we went to the opening of a swimming pool that was attached to the community centre up at is it Parkway Forest, is that what it's called? And the love that Shelley Carroll had in her eyes and in her very being for the people who were there, who were her people, as I think she would call them, was so evident. It's not the first time I've seen it, but that day I just remember, and these people were so happy. I mean, it just shows you again about the role of government and the things we can do that are good. These people were so happy to have this swimming pool and the community center, but that day it was about the pool. And her love for people, but also their love for her, was quite evident. And, you know, that's what does come from many years of service, is that you get to know the people and they get to know you. I'm just learning that, but I just want to say, Shelley, that I wish you well on this adventure. I having been both places, and I'm one of the few people here who has, I think still time to change your mind. I think you'd like it better here than you will there. You're not going to be big on party discipline, I assure you. But having said all that, you know, I hope that you find what you're going to be doing going forward very fulfilling, and I thank you for your public service here.
Councillor Thompson?
Oh, I was going to say something before you. So
Okay,
I
go
was going
ahead,
to say
go
before
ahead.
Gord.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Just briefly, I'm losing an amazing neighbor. I've been here as long as Shelley's been here. We both started at the same time. I can tell you that, as it's been stated, Shelley is tenacious. She is, as the mayor's pointed out, a very studious, very focused person. We've had lots of really good chatter and bantering beside each other, and Shelley's always putting everything from her desk on my desk. She folds her feet over into my space, and I've become accustomed to that, and I've become, quite frankly, very fond of her. I think that when I hear her talk about her family and her grandkids, and having known her before they were born, and being able to see them blossom in certainly her eyes and the way she's worked with them. And her kids are of mixed race, and we have been able to, both of us as a Black Torontonian and so on, being able to talk about our vision and our views in terms of how we want the city to develop to ensure that all of our kids could be accepted and be treated fairly and so on. That's driven us, and I know that's driven Shelley. I've been able to sort of see that firsthand. And the other pretty cool thing is that Shelley spends a lot of time in my ward. She gets a lot of her groceries, she goes to the restaurants and so on, and she comes with her grandkids to play basketball. But seeing her in the community, she is very infectious, and the things that I think that I'll remember most about Shelley is just the commitment to public service that you brought to the table. I know that that will, that will basically stay with you, and that will keep you in good stead as you move forward. And I wish you all the luck in the world. I wish Sandy was here, though, to hear this. I hope that you play the tape because of that. relationship. I've spent a lot of time with you guys, and Sandy has always been a strong partner, and I simply want to say, I'm going to miss you, my neighbor, and I love you so much, Shelley Carroll. Thank you so much.
Okay, Councillor Carroll. Yes.
It's late, so I don't want to keep people too long except to say thank you. I only had one term where I wasn't on the budget. There's only one mayor that didn't want me on the budget committee. But the reason I got on the budget committee the first year, the very night that I was elected, my MPP in our area at the time, David Kaplan, said, come on outside, I got to have a cigarette, come with me, and took me outside of the hubbub of the victory party and said, so what are you going to do? You got to tell them what you want to do. And I said, I really didn't think I could pull this off, so I was afraid to think about it. And he said, well, then take it easy, we'll talk tomorrow. And before we could talk tomorrow, Mayor Miller called me and said, okay, I'm putting it together. On the budget committee, I'm short a woman, I'm short a person from North York, and somebody told me you used to be in banking. And so I said, yeah, I can read a balance sheet, but can I think about it? And I phoned my MPP back and said, you want me to be on the budget committee? And as a banker, I was hoping to avoid it at first. And he said, do it. David Kaplan said to me, if you start with budget, you will get to know everyone in the public service. And through answering their questions and needs, you will know all of your councillors faster than some of your colleagues. 14 new councillors that term. And he said, you'll get to know them all more quickly and more richly. Do it. And so I did. I jumped in head first. And despite having been in banking and taken the fundamentals of accounting, Josie still had to walk me through so much of it. But it really is true. And I don't regret any of that extra work, Mayor Tory, because that is exactly what happened. And so I made friends in the public service throughout this council of every political stripe, and we've all disagreed on so many things, and we say so. I say about the party government I may be going to, and I say about it here, if I belong to a party, if I belong to this body, I'm not going to abandon it if I disagree with it. I'm going to tell it that I disagree with it, and I'm going to try and make it better. And so that's what I've done in this council chamber. That's what I will do where I'm going if I'm honored enough to end up going there. And I hope that people will remember that. You will always have disagreements here, and go ahead and say them, but remember that you really are. You really are each other's colleagues. Never forget that you are each other's colleagues. And as much as you might want to kill each other from time to time, it is true. You end up sitting beside someone for 15 years that sometimes you disagree with and sometimes you agree with. But at the end of the day, they are lifelong friends. And I can't thank you all enough. I really can't, because I do leave here knowing that we will fight and tear our hair out. But I really think that my grandchildren are in good hands as long as they live in the city of Toronto. It is still the best city in Canada. Thank you so much for the experience.
Thank you. Members, before I ask for a motion to enact the general bills, may I have a motion regarding the consideration of submissions on zoning bylaw and official plan amendments? Councillor Ainsley. Do you have a motion?
I do, Madam Speaker. The committee and council considered submissions and making a decision on zoning bylaws and the official plan amendments.
All in favor? Carried. Did we want to invite... Oh, you're going to? Okay. Councillor Carroll, you have a motion to introduce certain bills.
For my mic. I do. That leave be granted to introduce bills 264 to 282, 284 to 295, 297 to 337, and 339 to 341.
Shall leave be
Period,
granted?
the end.
Shall leave be granted to introduce these bills? Recorded vote.
Oh, wait. Ink.
Counselor Perruzza, please.
The motion to introduce the general bills carries unanimously, 33 in favor.
Shall these bills be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
My mic is... No, Francis has to turn it off.
Counselor Perruzza, please.
The motion to enact the general bills carries unanimously, 33 in favor.
Councillor Carmichael Greb, you have a motion regarding absentees.
Yes, that City Council excuse the absence of Councillor Gary Crawford and Councillor Sarah Doucette from the March 26 and 27, 2018 City Council meeting. He was here.
All those in favor, recorded vote. Was he here?
You voted once, yes.
I don't know, it was, I really don't remember
Counselor
that.
Perruzza, Counselor DeGiorgio, Counselor McMahon, Counselor Wong Tam, please. Counselor Perks.
The motion to excuse absentees carries unanimously, 33 in favor.
Councillor Thompson, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
I do, Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to conform to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings... Pardon? Confirm. Yeah, confirm. What did I say?
It's John Libby's fault.
Did I say confirm?
You guys never disappoint.
Sorry, let me do that again, Speaker. I'm not sure what's going on. That leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion, the proceedings of City Council's meeting 38 on March 26, 28, 2018.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill? Recorded vote.
Sounds good to me.
John is pressing it. I see, okay. I get it.
Heaven knows it. Don't do it right, John. The meeting doesn't end. Don't blow it.
That's right, John.
Counselor Perruzza, please. Counselor DeGiorgio.
Francis.
Counselor Robinson, please. Thank you.
Counselor McMahon. Counselor Pasternak, please. Counselor Karygiannis.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries 33-0 unanimously.
Okay, we have one more vote.
So much power.
One more vote. Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw? Recorded vote.
Counselor Perruzza. Counselor Perruzza, thank you.
The motion to enact the confirming bylaw carries 32-1.
Oh. Thank you. A meeting is adjourned. Thank you to members of council. Thank you to staff. Happy Easter to everyone.